Bueno, buenos días. Bienvenidos a... Good morning. Welcome to XVII. It is a great pleasure to have you all here, and we will now begin with the inauguration of the 17th Conference of Ministers and Heads of Planning of Latin America and the Caribbean. First of all, we will offer the floor to the Deputy Executive Secretary for Management and Program Analysis of XVII, Mr. Raúl García Buchaca. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and also a true source of happiness to warmly welcome you all to XVII, the UN Office for Latin America and the Caribbean. And for this event, which is the 17th Conference of Ministers, Heads of Planning, within the framework of the 29th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Council of Planning of ILPES, the Latin American and Caribbean Institute of Economic and Social Planning. I would like to especially greet Dr. Alexander, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Panama, in his capacity as chair of the Regional Council, and all ministers and authorities, planning authorities of countries of the region that accompany us today, both in this room and also to those that will participate as from their countries over internet during the next 3 days, and likewise to all colleagues and friends of the UN system and of XVII. And of course to my friend and director of ILPES, Cielo Morales. It is truly a great pleasure to begin this meeting with an invitation to exchange and debate, and especially to put forward novel ideas on how, as from planning and as from public management, states are able to strengthen links with their citizens with a renewed public service in order to collectively define the strategic driving forces of this recovery that we all want, which is the post-pandemic recovery, looking towards a future and also focusing on territories which is participative, inclusive, and innovative. Over the next 3 days, we will have the opportunity of exchanging ideas on the challenges, but also we will be able to discuss the opportunities that arise out of having to daily face up to the effects of the pandemic on in a cascade fashion in social and environmental terms. So that our final objective is to transform the style of development towards one that represents the aspirations of a better future for everyone without leaving anyone behind, but with equal rights, access to prosperity that enables development, and to environmental sustainability. Less than a year ago, in February 2022, we did not imagine that the world and that all of us, when we were still in the midst of a very early recovery period as a result of the consequences of the pandemic, that we would be witnessing an armed conflict in the Ukraine with aggravating repercussions on geopolitical, humanitarian, economic, and social aspects that would accelerate the regressive effects of the pandemic. And as mentioned by Antonio Guterres, General Secretary of the United Nations, the conflict is having an impact upon a world that is already suffering an increase of poverty, hunger, and social unrest. Recently, in December, when XVII presented its preliminary balance of Latin American and Caribbean economies, we reported that economic growth at a regional level that is expected for 2023 will only be a third part of the rate of growth that we experienced last year in 2022. And certainly what has happened is that the dynamic growth in 2022, the economic activity of the region has slowed down, and this is the reflection on the one hand of the end of the rebound effect of the recovery in 2022, but also as a result of the restrictive monetary policies that imply greater limitations to fiscal expenditure and lower levels of consumption and investment, and a deterioration of the external context, all these uncertainties that we're experiencing. And therefore, with this context of external uncertainties, Latin American and Caribbean countries will be growing at a rate of 3.7% in 2022, at less than half of the 6.7% rate of 2021, but it is estimated that in 2023, this slowdown will become even deeper, and we will only achieve a rate of growth of 3.7%. And now our executive secretary, who has been unable to be with us here today because he's traveling abroad, Jose Manuel Salazar, has already mentioned that if these projections are accurate, this will mean the second lost decade in our region. The first one was the decade of the decade of the debt crisis in the 80s. The regional economy at that time was only be able to grow at a rate of 2%, the lowest performance since 1951, and we're now facing an era which is perhaps even worse than that one. And what is of greatest concern is that the poverty levels and the levels of extreme poverty in our region remained last year in 2022 over and above the pre-pandemic levels of the ones that existed before 2019. And the recent report of the Social Panorama 2022 developed by ECLAC projects that 221 million people, representing 32% of the total population of the region, live in poverty, out of which 82 million, practically 13% of the population, live in extreme poverty. Now, these are very alarming figures that evidence that we have fallen behind to 25 years ago, especially impacting women, indigenous populations, and Afro-descendant populations, the most vulnerable population. And after that, the shutdown of education in Latin America and education has revealed that on average, we had 70 weeks of closure of educational establishments, compared to 41 weeks in the rest of the world, which and the consequences has been to exacerbate inequalities that existed beforehand in terms of access, inclusion, and quality of education, and can lead to a very important generational scar. And all this becomes one of the main limitations for the continuation of the process of the teaching learning process, and has also evidenced something that is very important. And I refer to inequality in access to connectivity, to equipment and the digital skills. If we take into consideration that in 2021, in 8 out of 12 countries of the region, more than 60% of the poor population younger than 18 years of age did not have connectivity in their own homes. At the same time, this challenging global context and the situation in the region has had the undesirable effect of contributing to weaken even more confidence on the part of citizens on democratic institutions that are often perceived by citizens as insufficient in order to respond to the increasingly complex challenges of development. In fact, it is evidenced that states are facing a weakening of the social contract basis that supports the governance and the adequate operation of institutions and policies, and especially policies channeled via entities that ensure representation are perceived as insufficient in order to enter into new social agreements that ensure governance. All that has therefore been translated into citizens' unrest expressed in different social unrests, and in surveys that reveal, just as an example, that less than a third part of citizens interviewed by Latino Barometer Latino Barometer have confidence on democratic institutions, less than 20% on political parties, and only 12% of citizens trust their own neighbors. And this reveals an alarming crisis of institutions that we cannot lose sight of. At the same time, what these trends do is to delay uh, compliance with the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. In fact, in the fifth meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries for Sustainable Development that was held last year in San Jose, Costa Rica, ECLAC presented an annual report on on progress, which was entitled A Decade of Action for a Change of Era, where we already began to confirm with evidence the early warnings that we had been issuing as from 2019. Because what we were able to evidence is that despite the fact that there was certain progress in terms of poverty and disease, the truth of the matter is that 68% of the 211 goals that were assessed showed a progress trend that was insufficient in order to achieve SDGs by 2030. And what is even of greater concern is that practically 1/4 of these goals, 23% to be more precise, actually show that they have fallen behind. The effects of the pandemic have hindered even more the progress towards 2030 goals, especially when we analyzed in depth 4 objectives related to education, gender equality, marine biodiversity, and land biodiversity. And what was also highlighted in that document, 3 silent crises that are often invisible, but that are present. I refer to more than 1 year of face-to-face schooling for a whole generation of students, the increase of gender violence and of inequality in terms of the care burden per gender, where women, teenagers suffer most, and the destruction of biodiversity as a result of an uncontrolled style of development that is unsustainable, and in the most extreme and most severe cases, linked to also illegal activities, to severe violations of human rights, and even to the death of environmental activists and defenders. But I don't want to exclusively convey a very somber outlook. In the midst of all of this reality, it is necessary, fair, and also worthwhile highlighting that the countries that you represent have continued to support and deploy tremendous efforts and decisive action in order to implement and continue with the 2030 agenda. And simply to mention one example, the increasing biennial national reports and also the voluntary local reports that reveal the increasing importance that is granted to the territorial dimension for sustainable development, which is extremely important because behind those big averages, we often find many inequalities hidden away in there. And thus, this is so-called a decade for action, which implies accelerating the achievement of the 2030 agenda and recalibrating public policies with the instruments that are provided to us, as we discussed with Minister Alexander. With these instruments provided to us through planning, innovation, and providing these policies with a framework of coherence and above all of inclusion in order to involve all the stakeholders for development and for the generational social dialogue, which are tremendously important if we want to make progress in a speedy manner. So, dear friends, faced with this reality of simultaneous crisis in cascade and the evidence of a slowdown in growth for this year, and also the processes or the way in which we have fallen behind in terms of many of these progress indices, it becomes increasingly relevant for us to strengthen the institutional framework of states and to guide that towards a new public service, that focuses its actions on people, that constructs a citizenship in territories and that seeks the public interest as its objective, and likewise re-establishing its relationship with all the stakeholders linked to development, as from collaborative leadership based on trust, and that establishes solid bridges with citizens and thus deepens democracy. Undoubtedly, dealing with this context and resolving public issues immediately is of vital importance for all governments, and it is a need of the public function, because often what this function does is to absorb our time, and it hinders our focus on structural issues with that medium and long-term perspective. But what is also fundamental is to take to have to pause and to make for states to maintain their long-term perspective. That will be the only way that will enable us to reconstruct public confidence in a collective construction of probable future scenarios that generate a shared vision of countries, enabling us to also recalibrate state policies so that we can crystallize that vision. The capability of states of reconstructing trust is of vital importance. It is a key element in order to bring together interests and specific agendas, seeking the collective good, so that we can rethink power relationships in the region, and so that we can enter into the agreements that we require, so that we can promote a style of development that ensures a decent life for everyone, with sustainability and equality at its very center. Thus, access to information generated from the state, systematization mechanisms for citizens' participation when it comes to decision making, transparency, dialogue, accountability, and collaboration with citizens, especially with the younger sectors, with young people, are essential elements in order to once again weave this trust.
In the magnitude of these challenges, public administration must be not only competent and efficient, but also smart and resilient. That is, relational and deliberative. And to address all this, we will, at this conference, have 4 panels. The first on foresight as a tool for building innovative and participatory public policies, followed by another panel on the open state and citizen participation at the heart of this new public service concept, followed by another panel on the role of innovation in public institutions in accelerating full implementation of the goals for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and to close, another panel on the challenges of a new public service in the territory. We are certain that the experiences we will hear of from each one of you will lead us to relevant reflection and thinking that planning is not only possible, but is also an imperative in times of such uncertainty, to raise our sights from what is urgent and direct state action towards strategic goals that may ensure the common good. We are sure that your experience will provide evidence that when political will comes together with institutional capacities and public leadership, it is possible to build a shared and agreed on view of possible and desired futures that may be sustainable, inclusive, and where the full enjoyment of equal rights is an effective reality. And to conclude, you may be certain that you may continue to count on ECAC and ILPES that is celebrating its 60 years of existence, of tireless work, providing support and uninterruptedly accompanying the countries that you represent in the entire region. And I'm sure that this celebration will also serve to reaffirm the sound commitment and common purpose of strengthening planning systems and public administration in order to ensure the development of our region. And so, merely to reiterate a cordial welcome to everyone and our best wishes for success at this 17th Conference of Ministers of Heads of Planning, Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Well, we thank the Deputy Executive Secretary for his words, and now the Minister of Economy and Finance of Panama, Mr. Hector Alexander, will take the floor. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Deputy Executive Secretary for Management and Program Analysis of the Economic Commission Latin America and the Caribbean, Cielo Morales, planning authorities from the countries of the region present in the room and those connected from their countries, members of the ILPES Regional Planning Council presiding officers, friends. In my capacity as chairman of the presiding officers, I greet you, especially the delegations of member countries and participants at this 17th Ministerial Conference entitled Crisis, State and Sustainable Development, Challenges for a New Public Service, which we are organizing within the framework of the 29th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Council for Planning. I wanted to begin by highlighting the space for intergovernmental technical political dialogue provided by the conference and the steering committee to reflect on the importance of planning and sound governance in a highly volatile regional and global context of great uncertainty due to the economic, social, environmental, and political crises, in addition to the effects of the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Therefore, I believe that this conference could not be more relevant for the times we are living in. The issues that we are going to reflect on and the experiences we are going to listen to in this two-day conference respond to the current challenging context, which demands us to rethink the capacities of states to generate innovative and effective plans and policies through a constructive and collaborative dialogue between governments and citizens that will result in a more sustainable style of development. It is a continuation of the position paper presented to us by ILPES in 2021, titled Resilient Institutions for a Transformative Recovery After the COVID-19 Pandemic, Contributions to the Debate, in which it stated that states should rethink their capacities to anticipate, prepare for, and respond to future crises in order to achieve a recovery that transforms the style of development so as not to return to the path of unsustainability that led the region and the world to the situation in which we find ourselves today. The capacities proposed in the document are foresight, planning to integrate cross-cutting territorial and gender equality approaches, openness to citizen participation and negotiation, and collaborative public leadership. Following this approach, the new public service proposes that state action should generate public value by focusing on dialogue on shared values. It also proposes responding to and serving citizens by negotiating and interceding between their multiple interests and generating a government structure with empathetic and collaborative leadership that builds alliances with private sectors, civil society, and academia. In this way, the experiences that we will hear from the authorities are structured in 4 panels. First, on foresight as a tool to build innovative and participatory public policies. Second, the open state and citizen participation at the heart of the new public service. Third, the role of innovation of public institutions to accelerate the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and fourth, the challenges of a new public service in the territory. These panels will shed light on the path that countries are taking, on the opportunities that exist, and on the institutional constraints that we need to overcome. Currently, one of the great challenges facing Panama is the sustainability of public finances. The COVID-19 pandemic led us in a direction of unsustainable public finances. It is therefore important to take the necessary actions that will lead us to the transition of public finances towards sustainability, towards a structure of tax revenues and public spending that will facilitate economic growth and development in our country. In Panama, we have invested efforts to strengthen the institutional framework for planning and public management. We have created the Planning Institute, and for this, we had the opportunity to listen to the experiences of the institutional arrangements for planning in Jamaica, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic. We also created the Directorate for Territorial Development, and we are currently working on the construction of a territorial development strategy to incorporate the productive capacity and diversity of the territories in a more balanced and inclusive style of development. Recently, the President of the Republic was presented with the Integral Development Plan for the province of Colón, which is a result of teamwork between the social, business, and government sectors and contains the priorities and productive capacities on the road to the development of this province in the country. Likewise, this experience is being replicated in other regions of the country. On the other hand, we're working on the construction of results-based and multi-annual budgets and on linking plans with public investment projects. It's an ambitious project that we're carrying out to strengthen the capacities of all the directories of the ministries as a whole and of the remaining public sector. In our experience, capacity building is an ongoing task because development challenges are increasingly complex and demand changes in institutional structures, working practices, and individual competencies of our staff. Likewise, as a country, we have invested efforts in building channels for citizen participation and dialogue, such as the Agora platform, through which citizens express their needs and priorities for community local and regional development, as well as provincial roundtables to capture citizen unrest in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis. Similarly, in Panama, my government has structured the Colmena Plan to address the poor and very vulnerable population. The plan focuses its efforts on the 300 poorest districts of the country and consists of strengthening government action from the communities and empowering local governments and technical boards, organizing citizen participation so that they may become actors in their own development with the participation of aligned government institutions, civil society actors, academia, and the private sector, all acting jointly and effectively. In conclusion, I would like to say that we are convinced that strengthening institutions and their capacity for dialogue with all development actors is the vehicle for the sustainability of state action, the deepening of democracy, and the construction of a culture of the future that is so necessary in our countries. Thank you. Thank you, Chair of the Regional Council. And now we will have a short break. There is mention of 4 panels, 2 that we will see this morning. So we will begin with coffee and we will be showing a video.
El Instituto Latinoamericano,
The Latin American Institute from Latin America and the Caribbean.
el Instituto Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Planificación
ILPES, Latin American Institute for Social and Economic Studies, was created in 1962 under the Executive Secretariat of Mr. Previch, having 3 goals in mind: theoretical knowledge on planning of civil servants through training and technical assistance, to follow up the countries in an institutional and technical organization for their development, and giving technical support to the countries in their development schemes. Reaching these goals can be reached through 3 means: technical assistance, training, and applied research. In its decades of uninterrupted work in strengthening regional capacity in public management, ILPE has been adjusting to the changes as of the strengthening from the initial days from the 50s to the 60s, when ILPE was absolutely necessary for the creation of 17 planning offices in the countries in the region. It was weakened from the 70s into the 90s when that institute supported the countries in state modernization. Nowadays, the countries in the region are facing new challenges in view of the new complexity and uncertainty because of the world situation. The state has been reallocating its role with a political project that is completed through a development that is in accordance with the modern times and the crises we're facing, such as climate, economic, political, and social, cultural crises. In this new context, ILPES has been strengthening institutional capabilities and the foresights in planning and management so that they may be more resilient in view of the crisis, and to also act with inclusion and participation of all stakeholders having to do with development, with a shared future with more sustainability and equality so that all may have a dignified, a decent, and satisfying life.
Ahora sí, entonces
Very well. We now adjourn for the coffee break, and we will be back at 11 or 11:05 sharp.
Muy buenos días. A ver si vamos.
Good morning. We will have to, once again, good morning, everyone, to this 17th conference following an inauguration on the part of Raúl García Buchaca and on the part of Minister Alexander. Now we will move on to the panel discussions. The first one has to do with foresight as a tool to build innovating public policies and participative public policies. The methodology of the panels for the discussion and exchange will be the following. First of all, we will open up this panel on the part of an expert who will be Dr. Paola Aceituno, who will share some opening remarks on this issue, and after that we will move on to the presentations by country delegations included in this panel. I will act as moderator, and I'll be very rigorous with time. I will thank you if you are able to speak for 10 minutes so that we can listen to the participation of delegations, questions, discussions, exchanges, and because that is indeed the purpose of this conference, a fruitful and constructive exchange, questions, doubts, and so on that may arise during the presentations. So I would like to present Dr. Paola Aceituno, who is a social planner and has a master's and a PhD in management from Universidad del Valle in Colombia. She's a researcher, an academic, and a founder and an ex-editor of the scientific journal on the political and strategic studies of the Universidad Tecnológica Metropolitana of Chile. This panel will involve, this first panel on foresight will involve the participation of Dr. Wayne Henry, who is an economist and administrator of the University of Western Indies, and she holds a PhD from the Ohio State University. He is presently the chairman and director general of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and has actively participated in promoting the sustainable development policy of Jamaica for more than 20 years now. We will also have the participation in this panel of Luis Madera, who is Deputy Minister for Planning and Public Investment in the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Deputy Minister has a business management degree with applied public policies and development and is specialized on statistical and demographic analysis. He has been the director of statistics of the National Statistical Office of his country, a national expert on sustainable development, has represented his country in high-level political fora, among many other relevant experiences. We also have the participation of Ana Gabriela Gramajo, Secretary for Management and Public Employment. Luis Keila Gramajo, Secretary of Planning and Program of the Office of the President of Guatemala. She studied at the University of Juan Carlos in Guatemala and has a master's from Universidad del Valle. She has worked at the Guatemalan Ministry of Tourism and has held different positions in the Bank of Guatemala, has been a consultant in the development and health of childhood, and she has held many other relevant positions. And finally, we also have the presence and we will listen to the presentation that will be delivered by Ana Gabriela Castellani, who is Secretary for Management and Public Employment of the head office of the Cabinet of Ministers of Argentina. Dr. Castellani has a PhD in social sciences at the University of Buenos Aires and is presently Secretary for Management and Public Employment. She has held previous positions as a main researcher, CONICET, a professor at the Faculty of Social Sciences of the University of Buenos Aires, and has also published extensively. I would like to warmly welcome all our panelists, and I would like to offer the floor now to Paola so that she can share her opening remarks for this panel that will awaken many ideas in us, and that will also provide us with many ideas so that we can think about them and reflect around them during these presentations. Paola, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would first of all like to thank and greet the authorities that are present here, summoned by ILPES and ECLAC. We will deal with foresight for the development of public policy. So there is a presentation there that perhaps could be shown on the screen. It's a great pleasure to be with you here and to talk to you about an issue that is sometimes unreachable, difficult to deal with and difficult to discuss, because the context and the permanent problems exert pressure on us, thinking that we only have resources and time for the present day issues. But I would like to share with you that for 70 years now, many people have been working in order to bring us closer to the future in a much more systematic and structured fashion. And for that purpose, we have put forward tools and methodologies that have enabled us to implement many decisions during complex moments. These decisions have been able to include elements to think in advance and the collective construction of the future, and the idea that we can exert influence on that future. On this slide, you can see a couple of questions. We have come to realize that there is not only an important part of the world that can be managed today, but likewise, that vision of the future is closely related to how we are thinking or how we are reflecting around that future. In other words, we have come to realize the importance of our attitude towards the future, how we deal with it and how we untangle it. This has also led us to consequently acknowledge that the mental models that accompany us whenever we think and reflect on these issues can shape both positive and can impact both positively and negatively the decisions that we take. This image can, I think, and it can help us to see how we approach the future. There, you may be able to identify an image that comes closer to the way you think about the future. But you will also perhaps be able to find other images that will enable you to understand how others think about this. And this is not a minor issue, because if we were to conduct the exercise of summarizing these four images in we would be able to better understand how foresight studies are conducted. And what do I mean by this? Well, we can no longer be based on one or two single perspectives to approach the future. We must be open to analyzing this with different perspectives, highlighting the main aspects. And this is key in order to understand the modern foresight studies, in the sense that the future is multiple in nature, and therefore there is no single way or single perspective or single version of the future. In this context, and talking about foresight, I would like to very briefly introduce you to foresight, because probably many of you already work with this issue, and you have probably you're already knowledgeable to its knowledge concepts. This discipline brings us closer to the long term. And as you can see, it is a different way of understanding the future, and some of its characteristics lie within what I mentioned initially. In other words, a need to observe the present in a systemic manner and participative fashion. And its results will enable us to create different futures and different scenarios. Foresight has and is being used in aspects such as technology, business, and territories. And this emphasis implies that there are different ways of putting forward its processes. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if we need and wanted to conduct a technological foresight, for example, we will focus on the study of patents, and we will obtain expert knowledge. And that may not necessarily be useful when it comes to policy foresight or territorial foresight. And therefore, when in order for foresight to be much more adequate and to talk to our challenges, we want to present the initial ideas of a foresight for development that seeks to achieve a Latin American perspective or Latin American foresight, and that you're certainly all invited to contribute to that end. So let's now look at the main concepts of foresight for development. The strength of foresight in our region has been promoted by the latest events that have been explained during the inauguration of this activity, related to the pandemic, to economic, environmental, and political deterioration, among others. And that has highlighted the fact that we need to seriously take into consideration foresight for the design of innovating public policies, and what is very important, anticipatory governance. The foresight for development emphasizes sustainable development together with the public policies of countries looking towards 2030. And within this context, foresight contains certain distinctive elements that we want to mention and share with you using the next slide. Foresight for development initially involves 5 elements: a systemic approach that refers to how we must deal with our policies when it comes to their design and their execution. This is by listening, informing, and obtaining information from different sources in order to establish relationships and dynamics, conveying stories as a process and not simply as cycles. And this leads us to a second and third characteristic that are mutually inclusive, and that refers to accounting for the different future alternatives that may arise as a result of citizens' participation and expert knowledge. And finally, within the scheme, the state has an important role to play, because we hope that it will act as a promotion entity based on what communities think about policies, and encouraging this process so that we can build a cultural change in terms of how we build the future, and to understand this as a space for action where facts play a fundamental part in order to achieve that future and to regain trust and confidence. These are the initial proposals related to foresight for development that we hope you will be able to help us discuss and build. And within this macro context, we would like to share with you part of the results of a study that was applied to public officials in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that sought to get to know the opportunities and the challenges of incorporating foresight into policies or public management. One of the main questions that we wanted to resolve is what are the main benefits and contributions viewed by officials with regards to foresight in public policy. As you can see, among the major agreements is a generation of new ideas. In other words, it provides a new information and alternative futures. Other important points are, and these emerged with fairly similar percentages, are the foresight as a tool to anticipate the impacts of public policy, and so that the political system may guide its actions, and also the thought that foresight provides greater rationality to public policies, and this facilitates both decisions and definitions.
However, we also have, or we're interested for those demands and needs of public institutions in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there, when we asked what demands or what needs foresight had to be applied to it, there were different, very interesting answers. Results said that mainly they were interested in social and economic development policies and very low interest in environment, energy, health, land, and in the last place, gender. These proposals struck us, and therefore we started to look for information and see what are the areas applying this foresight in developed countries. We found information, interesting information showing Europe, as you can see, with a high interest in public policy, interest, regional integration, technological development, economic planning, competitiveness, geostrategy, and so forth. On the other hand, the United States shows an emphasis in geostrategy, economic competitiveness, and technological development. All the above has several interpretations and implications. As we can see, an important subject for Europe, like regional integration, is not important for the United States, but both have in common economic competitiveness and geostrategy. None of these areas had a significant rate in our survey, mainly if they focused on economic development and social policies. And bearing in mind these results, we are still interested in supplementing these answers, and countries here present could help us and tell us in what area your government would be interested in implementing foresight analysis. Other common observations are linked to the internal structures and how they collaborate in processes of implementation of public policies with foresight. In this graph, you can see once again there is reference to political factors, lack of internal coordination, lack of communication as main factors that hamper the process in some way. In another point, we wanted to ask about the factors that prevent incorporation at the design phase of the public policy. Here, the political, technical, and normative aspects really had the most answers. Some say that the role of politicians or policymakers should transit to one of articulator of policies, given that the present public policies are created on a participatory manner. Yes, they are created like that, but when implemented, apparently there is some type of disagreement or dysfunctionality, and then it is participatory, but then goes back to an implementation top-down. Therefore, it is expected that the role of policymakers to transit to one that is articulator. And also, there is a need to strengthen the technical capacities of teams and to have a legal framework supporting this new way of policymaking. So, it would be beneficiary to know the views of the countries. Is there agreement or disagreement in these perceptions linked to the political, technical, and normative, with the idea of moving forward in all these subjects? And then finally, we want to share a factor that, just like the previous ones, can be improved upon, but is linked to the implementation stage of foresight plans. And this question was raised bearing in mind the place, location of public administration. What hierarchic levels, where do you find the difficulties when implementing? And this is concentrated in strategic and leadership or management levels, and bearing in mind that we need a collective discussion where governmental action, coordinated and supported, are key elements. It would be wonderful to hear the views. How can we move forward in several aspects here, and how each one of us contributes to create circumstances, good or bad, that we need to face today and in the future. Thank you, and I'll be looking forward to your comments. Thank you, Paola. So now we move to the first presentation by Dr. Wayne Henry from Jamaica. Please go ahead, Dr. Wayne.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I recognize Cielo Morales, Minister Hector Alexander, of course, our expert, Paulo Aceituno, our distinguished panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be a participant here today on such an important topic, foresighting as a tool for planning, building innovative and participatory public policies. Foresighting is so important because it helps to force us to anticipate the future and various futures, as Paulo has said. And I'm going to speak to some of the benefits of it, of course, from our standpoint in Jamaica as a small island developing state. I'm going to speak to some of the challenges and just make a few recommendations. As we seek to future-proof our economies, as we focus on the long-term development planning, the SDGs, we implement the Sustainable Development Goals in Jamaica through our Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan. We did a UN mainstream accelerating exercise that showed that the SDGs were over 90% aligned to our Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan, which has our 4 overarching national goals and 15 national outcomes, which says that if we implement Vision 2030, Jamaica will be implementing de facto the SDGs. And that's very important. But a challenge with long-term planning is you can be side, right? You can be what we call sideswipe, right? There are blind spots. And so part by scenario analysis and the foresighting, facilitating, looking at various future-proof the country becomes very important because, as you know from crisis management theory, you can't wait until a crisis occurs to have effective response. And so we think that's very important. In terms of encouraging inclusion and participation, as Paula said, as there's collective dialogue, as we look at the futures together, you want to engage at the community level, at the ground level, where people are most impacted and affected. And part of the I would say the limited and constraint of top-down planning, even as governments, is that sometimes you are not in touch with the reality on the ground. And so as you engage persons, that helps to build, in terms of the dialogue, helps to build trust. And certainly in Jamaica, as I know for a lot of us, social capital, low social capital is a challenge where people don't trust institutions, they don't trust the government, and that leads to suboptimal outcomes in our planning. And so we think foresighting will help to encourage inclusion. And thirdly, it helps to program in terms of, as Minister Alexander spoke this morning, and about the constraint on fiscal resources. Then you are able to justify in terms of planning for the future, putting aside resources. Part of the challenge is the myopia of government sometimes, of politicians, is to ensure that we get results now. Minister Alexander and I were speaking earlier about that overarching challenge. And it's not, sometimes we say it in a negative way, but I think as we understand the mindset of the political actor, the politician, is that they have to engage in actions that they think will sustain their, what we call shelf life, have them to stay around for a long time. And so it means they want immediate results. But a part of a proper planning, comprehensive planning, means you have to have short-term, yes, objectives and outcomes, but it has to be tied to the long term for proper sustainability. And so challenges we have with foresighting, one, of course, is a capacity constraint. Capacity in terms of human capacity, in terms of human resource. Countries like Jamaica, we have significant brain drain where qualified persons, trained personnel leave the country for better opportunities in terms of higher pay, etc. And so we suffer from that. Our nurses, teachers, a lot of our professionals go off to our main destination countries for Jamaica and the diaspora are the US, the EU, Canada, the UK. And so we have to have policies that try to keep and retain some of our skilled personnel. And for those who stay, a lot of times the demands of government, the day-to-day demands of government constrain them, and that takes up their time. So they don't have in terms of the capacity, in terms of taking on additional responsibilities. And as I said before, the political will. So it's hard to direct policy and resources if there's not an overarching willingness from the high level to engage in the same. In terms of recommendations, we would say one is that there, as Paulo said, there needs to be that type of government to government engagement, what I call the knowledge sharing, where we can share with each other how this works. I think we've been assisted, I think, globally by some of what has happened, these crises, speak of the three C's, COVID, climate, conflict. What that does is episodes, occurrences that we never anticipated. Yes, we planned for health crises, but not at the scale of COVID. Yes, we anticipate you'd have geopolitical conflict, but nobody would have foreseen what transpired and what's going on now. And that's part of the challenge. And I think in terms of the climate agenda, because the types of events we are having are so severe and increasing in intensity and frequency. So it forces us now to consider there are going to be futures that we probably didn't consider before and planning properly for it. So I think that gives a fillip, that gives help to the foresighting agenda, because we are seeing some things that we never saw before. Some once in 100-year climate episodes are now happening, right? Almost every other year. So that helps us. So one, I think, in terms of that dialogue and how countries that have employed and are employing foresighting as a tool, how that's being done, and to help to sensitize our governments, I think that would be extremely useful. Two, of course, would be technical capacity. We would need help in terms of resources, both personnel and the technology, financial resources, that we have the tools itself to engage. I like to think from where I sit as head of planning in Jamaica, when we engage in consultancies, that helps to build capacity. Because I have some tremendous people in my staff, my team, a panel of experts. A team of experts, extremely good persons, but they are limited in number, and they are doing many things. When I come here, and I'm happy to be here in Chile, of course, but when I come here, the thought is that I'm not back in Jamaica doing so many other things. And so I rely on deputies and so. But what capacity building does when you train and the knowledge sharing initially in a first phase, if you're engaged in institutions and experts, that helps to build capacity. And I think that's so important. And of course, finally, I'll say in terms of building trust, that we will have that dialogue around building consensus on the need for foresighting. Again, you have to be participatory. A lot of good ideas have floundered. A lot of good ideas and good efforts have failed because we haven't been inclusive and allowed the strong participation of the citizenry, as you've heard Paulo and others saying. And that's so important. And that helps to build trust. Where there is silence, unfortunately, in a context of mistrust and distrust, people tend to fill the silence and the void, the vacuum, they fill it with the negative. When there is distrust, you think the worst. And so that's what communication does. It helps to allay fears and helps to build trust. And when I take time to listen to you and your concerns, then you are more open to trust what we are doing in terms of the promised outcome. So those are just some thoughts. Thank you very much for this opportunity again.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Henry.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. I think the ideas that you have presented are very relevant. Trust building, participation, capacity building at institutional level, but also at individual level of the public apparatus in order to install throughout all the public sector all these capacities of anticipatory governance, because the crises not only are more complex, as you have said, but they're more frequent. And you don't even recover from one crisis and then you are involved in another crisis. And we are living in times of simultaneous crisis of greater depth and complexity. Thank you very much for your ideas. Now we give the floor to Deputy Minister Luis Madera. Go ahead.
I thank you for this invitation and for the learning among peers, which I believe Many of the things said so far, I've written them down because very similar. I don't know if because Jamaica and the Dominican Republic are islands, but well, there are many similarities, and I'm sure that we can add other topics that will enrich the experience, not only of thinking in promoting, foresighting, but also applying. How do I apply foresighting in our policies for the present? This is a significant challenge. In the Dominican Republic, so our experience was quite enriching on account of the outcomes, but also the process as it was defined and constructed, that our national development strategy, for the first time, we looked beyond one government term. And from 2007 through 2010, we built what Dominican Republic would like to see from then until 2030. And this was turned into law in our Congress in 2012 and become the law on the National Development Strategy. And that at the time already spoke of sustainable development. And so therefore, when the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda in 2015 were promoted, then ultimately the alignment that existed between our strategy and the SDGs, 79% measured at some point. This is because, well, we constructed this at a time when the world was beginning to think about this, and we as a country kicked off with that. And of course, this began as a foresighting process, and as we go use it to sieve the 5 elements mentioned by Paula, we should feel proud of what was achieved and much learning that could be got from this. It was definitely participatory. And it was the first time that the country sat down, 3 years of work, although the strategy law has about 60 pages. The book towards a journey towards the future that we want has 600 odd pages because it has the entire process of how this was built. And this is a lot of learning there in terms of participation. And precisely regarding this, one of the advantages of the process, but also disadvantages in terms of the outcome, many of the criticisms that are possible, it does not mark a clear political vision. But this is because it was the result of consensus. When you have all the political views and in a process of this magnitude to reach an agreement that could become law, we had to give way in many things. And so that is why we have the employers and workers and small provinces and all sorts of thoughts were included to reach consensus. And it was difficult to have a single view. And I think that one of the things of beginning to to work in this participatory manner, obviously it is more difficult to further a single line of thought towards the future. The long term, as Paula said, 2030 is the stage for action and an important challenge. After we achieve that, the other thing has been how can we bring that long-term thought to short-term policies and seeing the challenges and the recommendations. I think what is missing, not only we must build a long-term view, but we need a series of instruments, political methodological instruments that may bring these planning process for the medium and annual planning. How can I get closer to that long-term approach? And considering a multiple future and systemic, in fact, our strategy that has 4 pillars, very similar to the 4 Ps for sustainable development, and there too, well, reaching a consensus meant that the methodology was less clear and clear cut at least. And so we ended up with a vision that was comprised these 4 elements: productive, the social, environmental aspect, and the institutional one. And so therefore, it posed different scenarios on account of all the different players taking part. And I think that where there is an important challenge is our capacity to anticipate. Of the 5 elements, I believe that in our case were most challenging, how to contribute to that thought and how to work on that anticipation strategy, depending on where scenarios go as we go monitoring the 20-year strategy, such as the one that we considered in the Dominican Republic. But yes, I do believe that there is an advantage that was not mentioned now clearly, and that the strategic process has, and if you work with foresight, and that has become the main element for the continuity of the state, the main tool for continuity of the state. One of the problems of thinking in the long term is that for the political management that is only a 4-year term, you as a technician or as a planner, you can think beyond that time. And when the political return is focused on what you can achieve in the first 2 or 4 years of government. And so I think that this has become a tool to ensure the continuity of the state. And this is now being put to the test. We considered this in 2010, in 2012 it was a past. And then we have a government of continuity, because it was easy to maintain the image because it was the same group. But then when it does, there is a government change, and that is when the strategy becomes that state continuity link. And I think that the first year's governments, we suffered the criticism, and not everyone was in agreement. But when you take a look at the government plan, it is more than 90% on what we had said, and from 2024 and afterwards 25 to 30, because it was sort of divided up into 5-year segments. And this showed that there was really a participatory exercise. And when it is criticized, but at the end of the day, the strategy contains the same sort of things that we were thinking about. And so this has helped to maintain the same line of thought. And so therefore, in political terms, I think that the strategy has worked. Where there is a major challenge also is in that process of drafting the strategy, participatory and for the long term. We didn't do the same thing in terms of the financing of the strategy. And I think that we planners have 2 challenges: to speak in the language of the political authorities and speaking the language of the financial people. Minister, yes. The vision of the 4-year politician, of the finance people, is of 1 year, and they need to resolve the budgets year on year. And so you talk about everyone for 20 years and then reduce it to 4, and then the one who has to pay the financial day-to-day and close the fiscal years in the month at the end of the year. So, and if there's something that we must do at these fora, is to see how to speak those languages. They don't need us. We need them. And I think that we need to see how to get about this, how to go about this. And this has happened. That is a criticism that we could make. We're thinking about the country that we want in 10 or 20 years, but we're not thinking of how to finance it. And if today we assess how we've done, we take stock, that is a point. And of course, this is a very incipient effort to, for the first time, create a framework for integral financing for development. Because what do we do now? We have the strategy, the planning for development, we turn it into pluriannual plans within this field of planning, but then they become operational. But all of that now, we need to align it with a budget which is annual. And the annual budget is no more than for the payroll, the fixed expenditure, and a little bit beyond, no more. So we need to have a highway there at the financial side. And in order to be able to bring down the strategy part and link it to the financing. How can we think with foresight from the financial viewpoint? So we need financing foresight and match this with our wishes for planning, and that what we're analyzing. And I think that that is a very relevant challenge. There are other new efforts that we're also working on relating to foresight in this new way of having pluriannual plans of the public sector more than 4 years. Before, we didn't really plan things thinking of the future. So, but now you need to plan not based on what you did before, but need to think of what you want to achieve ahead. And so when we prepare our annual reports, they say, well, how can you put this in red And if I did make progress, why is it in red? And you say, no, but the thing is that you needed to go according to our plans for the future. You advanced 20, yes, but you needed to advance 25%. And getting ministers to understand it, tourism especially, it's not easy to discuss these things with them. But we're making attempts to have provincial development plans with foresight, and this is what we've aligned to our national vision. And so here we have foresighting over time, but also how do I align my strategy at national level with each element of the territory? So not only the potential of Punta Cana, but how could I see that Punta Cana together with Romana and Sumana and another place is what I want in terms of tourism, because I decided on this at a national level. So then I cannot go piece by piece without feet in the hole to be built and to achieve what I want as a national level. And so how to focus on the national level and be able to bring this down to each local level. So we need a 20-year financing with medium-term expenditure, and that must lead to the pluriannual budgeting, and pluriannual budgeting moved from based on that to the annual one. And I think that in that way we can build this highway to bring in the future to the present, putting the money and the ministers in the net present value, so to speak, bearing in mind what we want in the future. And I think that these are the efforts that we're trying to make in order to maintain the theme and the effort of bringing what we have decided on with foresight and determine the strategy. How can we do policies based on that we decided foresightingly? And this affects policies, education policy, for example, that cannot be dependent on the political sways, because the results are seen always in the medium to long term, the labor market. In the short term, I can say quickly you're going to have a change to bring down the unemployment rate, but the employment that we want, that must be based on the productive sector that I want, and in turn must be based on the sustainable world that I want in future. All of this must derive from a structured long-term approach. And in health today, I can decide how many vaccines I want and how many hospitals. But if I determine what is the level of health that I want in the long term, maybe you're going to have more prevention and less healing. So must consider the long term, and so build the policies accordingly. That often are not that clear in the day to day, because but they become much clearer when you see them with a long term approach. And so this affects education, employment, and health. And basic to see it with foresight. So how can we ensure that foresight is not something just for planning, but also the budgetary part, the financial part, the resources, as something that the political power should also think in this way? How can we make sure that the cutoffs that we have 2, 4, or 10 or 20 years, that this should all be aligned and that we may see benefits in a political way? And this added to what Henry's just said, these are the two challenges that I would like to highlight and not to conclude. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Vice Minister. You have brought many relevant points to the table: sustainability, state policies, continuity, because development efforts should not be depleted at the end of each 4-year term. Financing, how to lay bridges between technical people, the politicians, and those in charge of the finances. Minister, yes. And so the challenges are definitely there. How can we connect this multi-pluri continuity, the short term, medium term, the long term, technical teams and others? Yes, it is a very interesting discussion, but I think that more than discussion, making all of this operational through concrete mechanisms, that is the real challenge. So thank you very much. And now we hand over to the next speaker, Secretary Luz Kayla Gramajo from Guatemala. Go ahead.
Idem lo que dijo
I agree with what's been said by Dominican Republic. Good morning, distinguished Director Morales. Indeed, here at I greet ECLAC and a distinguished chair of ILPES, Minister Alexander, Minister Henry, Luis Madera, and I greet all of the members of delegations present, as well as the ECLAC team. Good morning to you all. We from Guatemala's delegation are very pleased to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Just to give you an additional example of foresight that is quite similar to the one here brought by Dominican Republic, has to do with the National Development Plan Catumbe, Guatemala 23. Catum. Let me explain what this means. A tune is 360 days. That means 1 year. 20 tunes involve a K tune. At 2012, we had the 14th back tune. So as of 2012 to 32, we will be living through our first K tune. That is a 20-year plan that is updated. So from the name, we realize that it has to do with foresight, bringing the future into the present, and using clear statistical data to figure out how we will reach 32. What country do we want? What is the population going to be like? We have many questions, and we have held a lot of dialogues reaching a consensus very similarly to what was done ahead of time. And thus we define the scenarios that we wish for depending on the trend models for the future, so that we may make that reality come true. Thus, we will define the actions that are needed currently. This is similar to the Jamaican experience also, by the way, and this required harmonization vis-a-vis the SDGs. And that was done in the year 16 when the Declaration of Sustainable Development was entered into force. In terms of alignment, we were one of the first countries that joined these tables and these meetings. And we said that we cannot accept that the SDG agenda be indivisible. For us, the agenda should be priority because we have limited resources. We cannot tackle the whole of the agenda. There are many goals as well that aren't applicable to our country. There are some that are priority for some countries, such as European and US countries, but they are not our priorities. And these are their goals, but cannot be applied to Guatemala. So, as I said, we have scarce resources and we must allocate priorities. And this means that we have defined the 10 national priorities that are part of the K-Tune goals as well as SDGs. As with the Dominican Republic, K-Tune brings in the general guidelines, but not specific goals. That was done in the exercise we did to define specific goals, and through outcome-based planning, we did a costing exercise. And we did that with the exercise with ECLAC in Mexico. We figured out how much these goals would cost and do an annual exercise to see what would be the final budget needed. The current administration is about to come to an end, and we have been able to plan a part of the K-Tune plan going into the future. I now show you what's happening with the territories as to the plan. We have regional plans, we have department development plans. We're talking about 22 plans. And we also have municipal development plan with territorial regulation. Basically, many of the mayors in charge of the local governments have implemented their municipal development plans, and they themselves recognize that because of that, they have been reelected through the municipal plan. We realize that that is part of what has been done, and it has been useful to show politicians and leaders that the municipal plan is indeed a useful tool that helps us in their re-election possibilities. And for us, on the other hand, it ensures that long-term planning is to be met. It also helps with the budget. In Guatemala, contrary to other countries, much of the public budget goes directly through the constitutional items. And by law, it is also sent to local governments, and that is used for development and planning. So we respect local autonomy. The central government can only suggest or recommend the priorities vis-a-vis the budget. We have what we call development councils made up by civil society, central government, and local government, the mayors. We also have there the representation of 19 civil society groups. We have the Maya group, Ishinka, Garifuna, farmers, women's associations, our chambers, and SMEs, and each contributes to that council, both centrally and locally, in defining small development projects that can have an impact. And these have their budget allocated. The central government, based on the 10 national priorities, recommends their application in local governments. The executive branch has the power to get sectorial plan, both vertical and horizontal, have all annual plans related to the general government policies. And there, then the budget is ensured as well as the plan according to outcome. We have process indicators involved as well as impact indicators. Often, the challenge for us has been the statistics. This is something that we have talked about in many high-level fora for sustainable development at ECLAC. This, I see, is a challenge for all countries. To that, we add the other challenges that were mentioned, such as the pandemic, the conflicts, and the climate change as well. Mobilizing resources, funding the goals, and statistical data are amongst the main challenges, as well as local appropriation. Many of the municipalities in Guatemala, and we have, by the way, 330 municipalities that have their own plan, but not all of that is met. It all depends on the available budget and the priorities decided. There is often a conflict. As Luis said, there is the national conflict that seeps down to local government. We have the municipal director that has to do the project, but he doesn't have the resources. So the great national central challenges are now being transpassed to the local governments. Through the new endeavors, we're trying to ensure local budget, but we now have citizens' movements and new governments. Often, the local citizens are the ones that don't call for priorities. So what comes down from central to local governments, when we come to the time for the implementation, is not accepted by the local population. What they often say, no, what I really want is not that much of the treatment plant, but I want paved streets. So what they have decided and defined as a something that is needed when the budget comes, the population then says, no, that is not our priority anymore. We have other priorities. The citizens and their development needs or the awareness that they have is something that has to be decided. In my country, we have a lot of citizen and local participation. The individuals vote at the council for the projects that are to receive budgets. But they do have a political influence on how to vote. This is something that happens. We do need help, that is for sure. We already have the tools, and now we have to tackle these challenges for the implementation. Now, in the future foresight model, we defined 8 scenarios under K2, trying to figure out where we'll be at by the year 32. We are going to be 22 million inhabitants, as the model says. So we have to see where the people are going to live. In 2012, much of the population was to live in the cities. We're talking about more than 60%, and that was going to double in 10 or 15 years. I'm not saying that urban is better than rural. In Guatemala, we realized that there can be rural development indeed, and we encourage people who live at small towns to stay there. And this is something that encourages rural development. And K2 respects this rural development. Action has been decided according to the different scenarios, and we have had outcomes indeed. Let me say georeferencing as geostrategy, as Paola has already talked about. And here we are in line with USA and Europe. We have a geostrategic stand vis-a-vis the rest of the world. We have a country stamp, shall we say. And we aim at becoming a tourist destination. Another potentiality that we see in K2 is related to territories to live in and to produce. We have a lot of rural land. We have programs that have been set to encourage and to aid local farmers. We have an agricultural lending program. We have technical schools for farmers, etc. The third future scenario, according to K2, that has followed government policies, has to do with protecting our natural resources. We are rich in natural resources. In fourth place, a safer country. Then comes human development, and then employment and competitiveness. Many of the government goals under President Matei has to do with competitiveness, social development, even during crisis. Our economic growth for last year was of 8%, and this year 4%, higher than the figures brought by ECLA. And one of our goals having to do with GDP was met. That is a very general summary of what we're doing in terms of using foresight. It has been extremely useful in order to program the budgets and the agenda for this scenario. And we also involve monitoring to check out what can be fixed on the go and what is productive that should continue. We can continue talking about many others, but I would say that that was a pretty good summary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary Gramajo. I think we are accumulating or rounding up this discussion of the territory of planning and how in the territory there is a sort of mirror of the national problems and dynamics, positive and challenging dynamic situations insofar as the planning and implementation of plans and strategies. That's one point. Also, foresight as a way of making operational, not only thinking about the future, but how do you materialize that future from the present, and how do you tread that route towards a desirable future? Thank you very much. So now we give the floor to Ana Gabriela Castellani. Please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this very interesting discussion about contributions of foresight to public planning and to the strengthening of state capacities. The idea of this presentation, that's something very brief, mainly highlights the challenge of foresight in our country on one of the items in there of the on one of the items, that is coordination. We have a question about what is foresight, what is the purpose, what is, but there is something more methodological, the how. How do we do it to implement public policies based on the foresight? And the difficulties for that. We want to be very honest and speak and be very open and say, what are the questions? What are the items to be addressed in order to generate an effective, efficient implementation process of public policies? In a country that has a long-term foresight experience, but not a tradition in these general plans for all levels of government agreed on. At least we don't have it. I would say in the last year, in the last 40 years of democracy, that type of construction has not been implemented. So first, it's a type of state that we defend, and that, of course, in what emerged out of the pandemic, the centrality of the state with a strong leadership in order to guarantee rights and include the population in situations of prosperity. We believe that the tool of public policy is the key. It's not only the principle of market. So based on that situation, we recognize theoretical and practical contributions generated by foresight for state strengthening, for the strengthening of the state. Something was said about this. I won't go deep into it. However, I want to refer to two theoretical issues: to work with the 3 times of management, something very difficult to internalize in public managers that arrive or new officials of the government. This idea that you are not working exclusively in the present or urgency of the moment, but rather what all that you are doing to solve the problems of the present need to incorporate the long-term horizon. And on the other hand, recovering prior experience, because that is also a major problem in public policy building, that is not looking back, but rather and be based on concrete evidence, that is, if certain policies have succeeded or not succeeded in the past. And the other challenge, which is a major one, providing theoretical or is the capacity of holistically approaching how foresight obliges you to check, evaluate, imagine a set of variables, and not only one specific aspect. That is the other major challenge of public management. Because I imagine that in the future we need to go to another organization, another type of organization chart, that there are responsibilities there of administrative law, but in a traditional organization chart where each ministry deals with one topic and goes vertically addressing it, if there are no horizontal articulation instances that will coordinate together concrete and responses for specific problems, well, then we'll have negative effects of overlapping, of differences, because in one area you can do something different, completely opposite to that which is done in the other ministry, or things that are left alone because nobody believes it is one of the fundamental functions. That is why that the ministers or the heads try to generate a horizontal coordination agency of all the areas. And that is why the secretariat that have been there leading for the last 3 years, the purpose of this secretariat is precisely to strengthen those state coordination capacities. In Argentina, I was saying there are areas where we have been working already with the foresight planning in the area of health, energy, employment, science, technology, agricultural development, education in some education aspects, especially higher education or university education, and territorial development. But these are very specific examples with different developments in specific areas, as I said. So in this, here I will tell you that already in specific, we've had this Undersecretariat of Studies on Foresight for Science, Technology, and Innovation, allowing you to raise scenarios of areas where Argentina has a potential, for example, and also situations where you can evaluate science and technology moving to the future. Well, there is also another program that deals with thinking or imagining future Argentina. That would be a place, it would be the place where to set up this long-term foresight development plan. And also in the area that I coordinate, which is public employment. It is a whole area linked to research on the state that we will need in the future. What is the public administration that we need for the future? Organizational rationales, functional dependencies, responsibilities, all that was mentioned previously. All the participation when building a public policy, but when implementing, we go back to the vertical regimen, because each one has specific responsibilities, how to coordinate all that. On the other hand, you know that in public employment, there are certain jobs that in the future will be highly demanded and others that will not. So how do we initiate a process today of training for that reconversion of profiles? And we also work in that program in the National Institute of Public Administration that is 50 years old this year. And regarding the major coordination problems that I mentioned before, and this planning, short-term planning, the trend for short-term planning to see to the urgencies that big, leveraged by, I mean, exacerbated by the pandemic, because only 3 months into the government, we had the pandemic. Well, all of that generated a need of strengthening two areas that, in our view, are prior and necessary in order to develop quality foresight, which is the area of monitoring and evaluation of public policies. We need to have a coordination in the monitoring, in the follow-up of public policies. How are they doing? Common criteria for planning and joint community work and training of public servants, and listening, also building a network of institutional strengthening with all the representatives of each one of the ministries and decentralized agencies that we need to work. So for you to have an idea, the National Public Administration has 200,000 civil employees. We have 15 ministries and approximately 60 decentralized agencies. So we are speaking about a very important structure with a significant staff in a broad territory. I mean, Argentina is the 8th country as to area worldwide, and that also hampers or makes difficult the fact that all national policies reach out to each corner of the country. With the political system where provinces, the 34 provinces, are autonomous and they can support the policies of the nation, but it's not mandatory. And so with that, we are obliged to build common criteria. For me, that is the major challenge where we have intensified in these 3 years to build a network of institutional strengthening, to work in follow-up evaluation of public policies, to work with the National Institute of Public Training for training in subjects of foresight, which was not in the agenda of the officials, not or the public officials. And although there is a history of 60 years long term, let us not forget that since mid-70s until the beginning of the 2000, planning was a bad word in terms of building of public policies, and those agencies were like undervalued in the different governments. So what we have achieved with this strengthening of institutions with an instrument that's called map of state action, that is, what is the state doing, classified by type of action, by place, geographic area where it reaches out, and by ministry, in order to have this more integrating image of the power of the state. And with this scheme, we have achieved 70 jurisdictions, 55 decentralized agencies, which is easily scalable and interoperates with budgetary data. I mean, if that can, if we need to cross over that to public budget. And with that, we've had a basis that provides reports of federal actions in all of the national territory. There you have a concrete example of the distribution of vaccines, for example, how that was carried out in the national territory. And the province you see, which is the most populated one, it has half of the population there. That of Buenos Aires is where the largest amount of doses were distributed. There you see in pink, in millions of pesos, when and the meaning billions of pesos.
Now, what is it that we have achieved when we built this strengthening network? We have built the map. We have worked together with the National Institute of Public Training and with the Federal Council for the federal function, which brings together the different provinces when it comes to the public service. And we have also established a criteria for the monitoring and the innovation and established foresight as one of the requirements of today, not only to guess the future, because the future doesn't exist, we have to build that, and we all know that no one knows exactly what it will look like, but with the characteristics that we have today, assess those future scenarios and to define in political terms what is most desirable and works based on those scenarios. In that sense, we believe that by working with the three different time periods, anticipating certain events, planning based on in-depth analysis and articulating and organizing this with different stakeholders and always with interoperating with interoperable data, because without that we cannot adequately project this towards public policy. We can advance towards a trend that may not go beyond the period of a single administration, but become a practice within these teams. We work with the stable teams of the different ministries, what we call the mid-level management level, that will, of course, survive any government change, and that will enable us to achieve a certain level of continuity. And the public management culture, which is much more focused on the strengthening of the institutional framework and with the design of a foresight type of perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary Castellani. I believe that one of the major challenges that you have mentioned is how within the existing institutional framework, which is absolutely vertical and which dates back to many years when the issue of the comprehensive nature of policies and the mainstream perspective did not exist, how we can achieve a better coordination so that we can build a future with a much more wide-ranging, complete and integrated perspective, which is not broken down and divided as we find at present. So those are the major challenges and the profiles, of course, that will be required in terms of the capabilities of public officials in order to implement these new visions and working practices so that we can achieve more coordination and in order to build futures that are much more probable and capable of being implemented. So thank you very much for this intervention. I will offer the floor to Paola to deliver some closing comments, and after that we'll open up the floor for the participation of delegations. I have already been asked for the floor by Minister Alexander. So Paola, you have the floor now. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentations, and they come very close to all the different challenges that we have highlighted over the past few months. And they also point towards how we are able to...
En varios planes nacionales de desarrollo, y en nuestro país existe mucha, no sé si llamarlo miedo,
whether we can call this fear.
Un tipo de...
There are some problems with this in terms of its implementation. Today, we are with the Congress working on institutionalizing foresight, and therefore we ask ourselves, in which part of the state should there be an entity? Because we had a few years ago a planning office, a planning ministry, and I'm talking about Chile, that subsequently, during the democratic process, became the Social Development and Family Ministry, and therefore it lost that capability that it had in the past of being able to articulate planning and of linking that with the Finance Ministry. That was lost. And so, as was adequately mentioned by the Secretary, there was a stage during which planning was left behind. It wasn't viewed in very positive terms. But today we are discussing this again, and that is why in the Congress, through the senatorial committee, and we're concluding with the presentations by the ex-presidents of Chile to determine where, in institutional terms, we have to have an organization devoted to dealing with the long term. What type of officials must it have? And also to try to deal with what has been said very clearly in terms of what are the public officials that we need, what are their profiles. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Very interesting, everything. Thank you, Paola. I believe that we have already made comments. I believe all the presentations bring to the fore the difficulties related to implementation, budgeting, and planning in these three different periods of time, how we can get to the future through short, medium, and long-term planning, how we can view foresight, enabling us to have that type of analysis throughout the state apparatus, but not only during the planning stage, but also in terms of how that is implemented, how we are able to build that vision of the future, but how it also, how the future also is taken to the operational level. So I open up the floor for delegations. Panama has already asked on the floor. I don't know whether other delegations wish to comment anything, ask something, or contribute as from their own realities and countries. We begin with Honduras, number 2, and Venezuela, number 3. So we will begin with Panama, after that Honduras, and then Venezuela. Dr. Alexander, please. I would like to contribute something. What all the presentations have been very interesting. As Minister of Finance and of the Economy, I have heard issues, people saying public finances goes in one direction and planning goes in a different direction, or perhaps that lack of communication that could exist. And these two issues should be communicated so that this could make sense. Something that refers to public finances. Well, public finances is an instrument for the development and growth of a country. It's not an instrument in itself. That is certainly not the case. And therefore, we must always begin as from that perspective. Secondly, public finances entail a logic with regards to the source of resources and the use of those resources. The source of those resources has to do with the logic of the revenues that we obtain. And of course, not only with the logic of what we receive, but also with the logic of adequately spending that. This logic, of course, has to do with a strategy that we have in each country, and the logic that the fiscal structure that we have. One of the presenters spoke about taxation suppression, but the question is, what is the logic of our taxation structure, the concept of efficiency or equity? What is the underlying logic of that? Are we obtaining the fiscal revenues of the taxes? Or who bears the tax burden that we are receiving? Because that also defines the quality of our management, the quality of the public impact, and of course also defines the quality of economic development that we could be seeking, and therefore that is important. And so when I spoke during my initial presentation of those challenges that we face for the future, that refer to the structuring of those resources. The other part, of course, refers to the logic of public expenditure, which must be linked to planning, of course, because otherwise we won't know in which direction we're heading. If we don't have planning, we won't know in which direction our countries are heading. So public expenditure, what are the implications of public expenditure? Well, the nation's budget, in the nation's budget, in terms of expenditures, we have a whole series of hiring of public goods and services. And that must be done correctly and in the most efficient manner possible, because the quality of that public expenditure makes a tremendous difference, for example, in terms of public investment. So what are the criteria that we will use in order to organize public investments? How do we prioritize that? Because as has been adequately mentioned here, often the pressure that may exist for immediate issues may mean that we leave aside the quality of the public expenditure. But when we also speak of the hiring of goods and services, well, the services include the management of human resources, and that part is very important. What is the management of human resources in our country? What are the criteria that we have for hiring the staff, the officials that will be hired in public entities, to the extent that we're not adequately managing those human resources, and this has to do with the management of public expenditure. Well, the nation's budget will not have the impact that we would truly want it to have. But an important issue related to scheduling, and I'm talking here of the implications of that public expenditure and how we can increase the productive base of the country, because indeed a budget is related to that. That is something that is one of the objectives of the budget, how we can increase the productive basis of our country so that over time we can develop or generate more goods and services. And when we talk about the productive capability, what are we referring to? Well, one of the most important ones is human beings, the capabilities of our population. The stronger they are, and the more that we're aware of the capabilities that did not develop as a result of the pandemic, and therefore this part has to do with how we manage that part of production and what that means for the future. And in terms of HR, what that implies for the vertical movement of our population. That is definitely very important. And of course, we have to manage that very adequately with the planning aspects that must be taken into consideration. But the other important part, and this is something that suffered tremendously during the pandemic, we are all clear about the implications of that pandemic for the country and for our countries. And as you mentioned, that implied a change in priorities. We changed the priorities. We cannot act via fiscal policies because we don't have a central bank. In our case, what was it that we had to structure? Well, what the pandemic did is that we established two very important priorities. First of all, to save the health of all citizens in Panama, and secondly, to be able to reach all those homes that were being tremendously impacted by the pandemic that was underway. Our revenues dropped by 25%, and therefore, what did I do? Well, an automatic stabilization policy, which is basically an anti-cyclical policy in order to maintain a level of expenditure, which was the one that we had scheduled. And what that meant in the short term. And Panama's debt probably increased, and the deficit increased more than most countries in the region, and more than maybe every country in the world in 2020 and 2021. But we did not lose our investment grade as a result of the way in which we conducted the policy. But what happened during those 2 years, and perhaps some countries already had that experience? Well, we had to pay operational expenses through loans, and therefore we paid part of the payroll and so on with loans. And that is why I said that if there is something important, that is how we understand our financial and social realities, the present reality, so that we can then decide how we can be clear on how we link the public policies that we will have to introduce in the short term to be sure that we are advancing towards the development goal that we envisage in the long term. But one of the important points is public savings. And I acknowledge that at a personal level, that is not something that has been very easy in my country. I've been minister on several occasions, and I remember that in 2004 and 2009, public finance was adequately organized. And we felt that the savings and the benefits of a fiscal policy that is in order was being left for the following administration. But that was not the idea.
And so public saving is relevant because public saving will determine our ability to respond to those other investments that we would like to make based on the planning to be executed. And so public saving is something that every time that I've come to this position have said, this is very important. We should not leave aside public saving, and an important target to achieve has to do with public saving. Not just public saving, but of course also how it is spent. And lastly, I would like to refer to something that we did. When I was the Minister of Economy and Finances from 2004 through 2009, I brought to the Assembly a law that stemmed from a national table of dialogue representing all sectors in the country. From that panel, a law arose which was social fiscal responsibility. And I said, because this is an instrument for social development, that is what public finances are about. And so this resulted in this law that pursued, if all government departments were framed within what was indicated under this law, then public finances would be highly predictive and have a very good direction. One of the things it pursued was that in the first 6 months of the new government, something that did not happen in the past, the government had to present a government strategic plan containing a development strategy, a multi-annual financial projection, and an indicative investment plan. So what do we want? That having presented these documents, we too would have relevant information to facilitate our monitoring of government activity. And the law also indicated that if this strategy were to be changed, it would also have to be explained to the country. Well, I will stop here. The idea was not to defend a minister of finance in any way, but rather highlight that public finances are an instrument, not an aim in itself, and so we must be certain of how we connect things that must be connected. And the truth is that in Panama, the finance aspect is in the purview of the Ministry of Economy and Finances, spending as well. Planning is in the purview of the Ministry of Economy and Finances. So we hope that these difficulties that arise in other countries should not be here, because for us, it is clear how to achieve what we want. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alexander, representative of Honduras. Minister, the floor is yours. Good afternoon by now. I must confess that it was not easy for me to decide if I was going to take part or not. After hearing what everyone has said, I realized that we have many issues in common, as we also have very few chances of making decisions in common. That is because our realities are not the same, and because there is one obvious element that means that the main agent of everything that happens in our countries is not the pandemic or anything else. It is the economic system. It is the market system. It is the system that allows enterprises to plan. They plan cent by cent every activity. And that mechanism, that system, that market model, for the last 40 years began to turn planning into a bad word, and also brought planning to the point that it may or may not be, and even led us to believe, maybe erroneously, that planning had to do with guessing. Of course, there are two fundamental factors for a successful planning. One of these is stability, and the other is peace. If we have peace, surely we will have better chances of growing. But I'm not speaking of peace as the absence of war. I am speaking of the levels of the security or insecurity marked by inequalities in our society. Because when we leave our area of comfort, we go to places or we say to visitors, don't go there because there you will be held up. Hide because they steal there. And all of this is something that comes packed in the system and that we tend to ignore. Foresight is a very powerful tool. It is a powerful tool, but it cannot lead us to the outcomes that we would really want, because what we intend is to have a division between what is technical, what is political, and what is financial. All financial matters are based on political decisions. And those who decide political matters in our countries are not the politicians, but the owners of the capital. And when the owners of the capital decide, and have over the last 40 years decided, what they decided was that those of us who are going to manage the public machinery are going to be there, sitting there, biting our nails every day to do things and maintaining a minimum level of well-being. The case of Honduras, which is, if not one of the poorest countries in the region, it definitely is of the continent. My people do not live, they survive every day. 70% survive every day. How? Well, how do the poor people survive in these countries, no matter how rich the wealthy are? Because in my country, there are wealthy people that travel by yacht and come and appear in the European Who's Who magazines. But also, they show pictures of our people making tortillas in the streets, moving pictures. I'm trying not to be incoherent with all this, but what I'm getting at is as follows. Regarding foresight, I think there are three moments that, as you said, are properly relevant. Information, essential. That is, having a record of the past, having a reliable and precise accounting of the future, and modeling the future. This is a perfect mathematical model. Now, what happened to us? We came into government in 2022. Not one server was left unreset. We have data of nothing. There was a political change, yes. The President Xiomara Castro came in, the first left-wing government in the history of the country, and what they did was, well, erased every trace of everything. ECLAC knows it because they visited us, and they realized that when they arrived that they had nothing. We were looking for the door to be able to get in. Where were the offices and where are the toilets in each one of our buildings? So where do we stand when we talk of institutionality? You've got politics, yes, but above all, you have this system that determines many fixed factors that we do not control. If we speak in a way that is not that pleasant, and so we're blocked out. And then we have this situation against Cuba that goes back 60 years. Or the theft of Venezuela, of its gold. This was a blatant theft of their gold. But we say nothing, and we come here to talk here of the issues affecting each one. And that's why I was saying at the start, we have many issues in common, but we have immense difficulties in trying to resolve them in common. For me, all tools that we may have at our disposition and that consider the real possibility of scientifically building, taking firm steps towards a better situation for the majority of our people, these were not only just welcome, but are a categorically imperative. But to take that step, we need to recognize what is so difficult to recognize, and that is the system. The minister was speaking now of what the public budget is for. And as he said, it must serve for the whole entire society. But not only the public budget, entire society, for the entire society to develop. And we should not have colonial communities that block us or pull strings so that in the international agency say, you must do this, otherwise tomorrow I will not give you that loan. In Honduras, and here I will try to bring this down to ground and end here. I liked the description given by the minister. In Honduras, finance is the top. We do have a central bank, yes, but planning is a new invention of ours because they had taken it out. They said, no, we don't need planning. What happened in many places. Not only is it a bad word, you say it is useless. Why plan if it's the bills, if whoever owns the bills plans? Thousands of manuals for strategic corporate management. Look up at the amount of literature produced for strategic planning of states. Well, the system has no interest in states doing any planning, nor are they interested in the well-being of people. And that is the issue. And I will also disagree with the non-existence of the future, with all due respect to my colleague from Argentina. But the future does exist, and the one in front of us is truly terrifying. There was a book on economy that called my attention because it said that economists have one particular aspect. Imagine a black cat in a dark room, but also the cat does not exist. The economists who are outside can describe each movement made by the cat inside, but no one sees it, and it does not exist. It's in the dark room, and it is black. But they can say to you with diagrams and presentations, this and that and the other, what will happen when we decide to say, well, maybe a cat does exist, but the only thing that I can say about the cat is that it must be going somewhere. And then we will be facing the reality. But what we have today is an imposition, a boxing in, and we're gentlemen. Really, we have little capacity to decide what we have. The war in Ukraine is an invention that happened in February the 22nd last year. No, you must see the last 1,000 years of history. And that war was more than foreseen.
And its consequences had already been predicted. We are at another level, though. We have less access into the future. And why? Because those who sell weapons knew how much they were going to earn, and they knew what was going to happen. And this year is going to be even worse. Why? Because the consequences in terms of fertilizers, in financial terms, in fuel prices, this is all going to affect us even deeper. And I close with these words. I am a mathematician, by the way, and I believe that it's important that we realize that mathematics is fundamental for everything, and they are human. An axiom can also change. Because getting something to be truthful for itself is not always convenient, and we must realize that we must redefine variables, redefine parameters, and we must redefine the use of mathematics for the benefit of our region. And here I finish, and I thank you for these moments. I hope that I have transmitted an idea. We did have a meeting of ministers on Friday, and I traveled on Saturday. And what did we talk about? Precisely what to do this year. Nobody will believe that things are solved. No, so what do we do? What we perhaps should do is quite the contrary of what we've been doing lately, and see if it's better. What have we never do? We've never planned, so let's plan. So I think that the reflection that you have brought are very positive and useful, and we hope that these contributions will be translated into concrete knowledge dissemination. We should have a common knowledge that can be useful to face the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Minister. And now I give the floor to the Vice Minister from Venezuela. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. I have been hearing the words from the Minister of Honduras, and I fully agree with him. Let me first of all greet all of our colleagues and authorities from MECLAC. I greet Mr. Alejandro as chair of ILPES and Director Morales, and we bring congratulations to ILPES and in the 60th anniversary. I ask for an applause for all of ILPES team. Distinguished representatives of countries that are here with us, UN agencies, members of civil society. I bring greetings from the Venezuelan Bolivarian Republic. It's an honor to participate here in this 17th Conference of Ministers and Heads of State, Heads of Planning from Latin America and the Caribbean. We are honored to be here to exchange ideas. I'd like to make a few comments, starting with the democratic exercise of planning. Far from any rhetoric, planning is fundamental in politics. It defines goals, organization of resources, brings in a better image to the society, and allows us to dream of the future. There's no lovelier exercise than planning methods. The more democratic and participative the better will be our society. How, therefore, can this planning exist in a democratic way if planning is not conducted by the people? How can they not define what they want? Our vice president of planning, Mr. Melendez, says that planning is dreaming of the future. And for that, we must have the means. How to not go into this kind of democracy. We believe that the key for this is having a public policy that is fed by the true needs of the population. And therefore, we must identify the problems involved. And this is indeed a challenge. That is making public policy come down to the territories. We must find a formula for public policy that is in agreement with the needs of people and territories. And this is not just mere declaration. It involves coherence amongst all stakeholders. It involves a government with methods and a popular constitution, with decisions, competitions, and resources, building a new culture, the culture of popular planning. In the modern times, we are challenged every day. We have to bring in new solutions with innovation, creativity that truly respond to the needs of our people and quickly. So we must communicate, listen, empathize, and grant legitimacy. We must have new means to relate and to design better services that will place individuals and their needs at the center of everything. Today in Venezuela, there's something curious going on. Right now, we are writing history. The planning of action is now popular. We have a method that is called the maps, the solution map. And this is a way to plan at the revolution that we are going through based on the true needs of communities and in their territory, promoting democratic participation of citizens and institutions through assemblies. And there they identified the topics to be solved in the short and midterm in their community, what they have at hand for their solution and the proposal for solutions that become collective. This method comes from the social mapping, and that is the beginning of it all. Our commander Chavez said that history can and should be planned. The social mapping brings us back to our history as we have existed. The geo-referencing in the different territories is fed by public policy. Today, more than 25,000 communities of the 35,000 that we have in the country have gone through this social mapping experience. More than 10,000 communities already have a solution map, and 71,000 social organizations are geo-referenced. Thus, we have exchanged experience amongst a large chunk of the population so that many institutions and communities express their ideas. And this is seen through the planning school. The map in each community shows the main challenges that are faced by public policy in terms of services, communication, education, health, etc. And these solutions bring in a constructive solution by 2030, not only in terms of outcome, but also in terms of a social web that will bring in a sustainable development. Follow-up of policies is indeed the big challenge we face. We must get our experiences to be systematized and spread so that other sectors and even other countries may learn from our lessons and challenges. Our collaboration with ELPIS in designing measurement instruments may be one of the big instruments for this new culture in public governance. We're talking about a newborn culture that should be systematized as a democratic planning means. Planning foresight, innovation, participation, and territoriality should be a show of democracy for the people. It should be a process and not just a dream. It should become reality. As Che said, let us be realistic and make it come true. Thank you. Thank you, delegation from Venezuela. Thank you, Vice Minister. We close this panel. We are behind schedule, so we will have to be short and brief. This kind of exchange is so interesting. And as Ana Gabriela and I said, we haven't met in so long that we are really delighted to be able to meet in presence. Let us immediately go into the next panel that has to do with the open stage. We'll just adjourn, wait for a couple of minutes. Mahin?
¿Dónde está?
Vamos a dar inicio entonces al siguiente panel. Estado abierto y participación ciudadana en el centro del nuevo servicio público.
It is open state and citizen participation in the center of our new public service. We'll have the presentation of Daniela Andrade. She's going to do it virtually, remotely, and then the participation of our government representatives and planning authorities. Cristina Bio Gorget, yes, representing the Ministry of the MINSEC Press of Chile. Then we have the participation of Kate Wilson. legal officer of the Sustainable Department of the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and professional training of St. Lucia, and Isaac Alfi, Director of the Planning and Budget Office of UY, who will participate virtually. There will be a small change in the order, but Isaac Alfi can only be present until a certain time. So I will have to give him the floor after the opening statement so that he can participate in his other meeting. I apologize with our panel members. Please, apologies. And so I would like to give the floor to Danielle Andrade.
Minister Alexander, Madam Moderator, Mrs. Morales, distinguished participants and panelists, all protocols observed. Buenos dias a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sending greetings from Jamaica virtually to you all. I'd like to thank ECLAC for the opportunity to present today. I'm indeed honored to have been invited to present at this 17th conference of the Ministers and Heads of Planning of Latin America and the Caribbean. So today, what I would like to do is to share with you some reflections on how open state and citizen participation are at the heart of the new public service, and how countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are working toward this goal and some of the challenges that lay ahead. I'd first like to begin on a positive note. So we have seen significant progress in the region in developing legal frameworks for effective access to information and participation, which has been a key enabler in citizen engagement in public affairs. So as you'll see in my slide, in relation to access to information, the region has made great strides. We have 24 countries in the region that have specific laws relating to freedom of information in relation to public information. We also have countries that have constitutional guarantees on freedom of information. And we are also seeing countries that guarantee citizens' right to participate in public affairs and that provide specific mechanisms within the laws that provide for this. We're also seeing where countries have set up multi-stakeholder forums that advance specific topics, such as providing mechanisms for legislative initiatives, as well as participatory budgeting. The region also continues to advance in relation to the Open Government Partnership, which is a voluntary initiative, which I'm sure you're all very well aware of. We have seen where in the last decade, 17 countries have become active members of this OGP, and where states and citizens have been able to work together to co-create these action plans to create more open governments. Also, 16 countries in the region have national digitization strategies, and others are in the process of development. In relation to SDGs, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we have seen 11 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean expressly providing for multiple stakeholder forums as a means of following up on their SDGs. And they've made provisions for institutions to consult with stakeholders. We also have 24 countries that have signed the XVII Agreement, which is a regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters. And 13 countries are parties to that agreement. The agreement is significant because it's the first regional treaty on the environment that aims to safeguard the right to a healthy environment and provides tools to address this through the rights of access to information, participation, and justice. It's a pioneer agreement not only by the standards that it has provided, but also in the open and transparent and participatory way in which that agreement developed, in the way in which it was negotiated in a collaborative way between government and civil society. Now, despite or notwithstanding all of these advances, citizen confidence in public institutions continues to decline. We have data from Latino Barometro survey that reveals that it has been declining steadily since 2010. At the same time, the perception that the region's rulers govern for the interests of the few has been steadily rising since 2009. And the citizens' perception of civil and political guarantees, including the freedom to participate in politics, is weakening. When we look at the impact of COVID responses on government, on open government and democracy, we're also seeing where democratic violations have been occurring on people's rights to have information and ability to participate throughout in the way in which countries have sought to address and to respond to the COVID pandemic. In this context, what we're seeing is a recognition that the traditional approaches to citizen participation do not work. And that even where there are legal frameworks that exist, they are not sufficient to provide the public with an adequate mechanism in which to get engaged in public affairs. So we're called upon to reflect on what are some of these challenges or barriers to effective engagement? And there are several. In a study that was done by Nicole Muhammad over a 20-year period looking at regional studies in Latin America and the Caribbean, there were some common findings. And these are some of them. Some barriers to inclusive decision-making include the lack of an adequate legal framework, as I mentioned, but also the limited capacity to develop these enabling frameworks. Lack of financial and technical support for civil society organizations to be able to take advantage of some of these mechanisms for participation and information. Lack also of, or rather public mistrust of procedures, a culture of fear in some areas, inappropriate timescales for consultation. So in other words, persons who were unable to participate in decision-making processes because of the timeframes for these processes, and lack of political will. So why are having legal frameworks important? If we have legal frameworks, this creates a sense of duty and responsibility on governments to guarantee the implementation of rights. It creates standards, it creates consistency, predictability, and accountability in how rights are granted and exercised. It does, and this not only benefits citizens, but it also benefits the states, because as public institutions, they're better able to understand their role and perform their duties. Also, it benefits them as well as investors, because they're better able to implement measures, projects, programs, and plan in the short and long term. However, even countries that have solid legal and regulatory frameworks face challenges when it comes to ensure the proper implementation of mechanisms for public participation. And we have seen on occasion where mechanisms are rather formal or have formal requirements, but they're not genuine processes to co-creation. For instance, these mechanisms may take place when decisions have already been taken. Hearings on consultation and information disseminated on proposals may not be done in a timely manner to ensure adequate informed input from the public. Sometimes these processes and mechanisms for participation are controlled by project proponents and may be biased. It may not be suited to the social economic, geographical, or gender characteristics of communities. Or there might not be a proper response to the contributions of individuals and organizations that take part in these public participation processes. And therefore, the new public service requires that the attitude of public managers and the value of participation is examined, because that is critical to ensuring that genuine public participation is achieved. Other area that we need to look at are some of the structural inequalities, and many of the previous speakers have touched on some of the vulnerable persons and groups in our region, in particular the poor, indigenous, and Afro-descendants in Latin America. In order for this new public service to work, to engage citizens in this new public service, we cannot ignore these structural inequalities. We cannot ignore the significant barriers faced by these vulnerable groups. The barriers that they face in being able to obtain information, being able to participate in an effective manner in public life and in formulation of public policies. These vulnerable groups require greater consideration when providing an enabling environment to exercise these rights. Now, international agreements and instruments provide guidance on how to ensure the rights of these groups are guaranteed. And in that regard, it is crucial that states respect and implement their obligations that they have committed to under international treaties for dealing with the rights of such persons. For example, ILO 169. The implementation also of national policies that provide for social protection, health, and education for these vulnerable groups is significant and important for creating an enabling environment to support their participation in public service by helping to eliminate discrimination and reduce inequalities. When we talk about public participation, we must talk about the human rights approach. And that approach implies recognizing that all people, including vulnerable individuals and groups, are rights holders and agents of change. And we have to guarantee their participation in an informed and effective manner in public life. Within this approach, we need mechanisms that build the capacities of the public, in particular these groups, to effectively participate in decisions. They need training, they need awareness raising on the procedures, as well as on their rights. Now, when we look at the transformation to more inclusive and open government in public service, we're looking at deliberative processes that create two-way communications, that ensure that there are positive gains that are made that establish trust, and quality of decisions are reflected from that process. A new public service approach to state transformation places public interest at the heart of the center of public management. So the state becomes the facilitator, the negotiator, and the mediator of solutions to societal problems, and engages the citizens together with other development actors in decision-making processes that are oriented toward longer run collective interests and responsibilities. What we're looking at is a paradigm shift from consultation to power sharing, to greater transparency and lessening inequalities and gaps that are worsened by lack of access to information and opportunities to participate. By including civil society in a direct manner at all levels of planning, not only through consultation, but through collaborative decision-making and in early stages of planning, can help to build trust legitimize decisions taken by the state in the eyes of the public, and create greater buy-in and awareness among the citizens, and thus can also lead to less societal conflicts. This inclusive and participatory planning considers the rights of actors in order to produce societal and social conflicts. In countries, right, if we are to progress beyond societal conflicts, what we need is to counteract this atmosphere of mistrust. By involving the private sector and civil society in a collaborative way in planning, implementing, and monitoring programs, plans, and projects. There are already many examples within the region where this has led to fruitful and positive results. For example, Jamaica, they have already established local parish development committees, a local planning council, which is multi-stakeholder partnership comprising local businesses, civil society, elected officials, state agencies, and other groupings that help to coordinate and monitor the development process at a local level. There are other examples across the region. Open government, for example, presents the opportunity to build trust between citizens and public institutions that allows for greater transparency. And I already mentioned to you how we already have over 50 co-creation plans that create greater and more open governments. There's also the mission-oriented approach. The mission-oriented approach requires partnerships between the public, private, and non-profit organizations to use collective reasoning to generate bottom-up solutions. And then I'd mentioned the XVII agreement. Now, the way in which the XVII agreement was negotiated included progressive modalities for public participation, including the election of representatives of the public that maintain dialogue with presiding officers, the ability of the public to freely attend and make statements throughout meetings. And it led to a more ambitious and successful outcome because of this dynamic and innovative public participation process. We've also seen in some other countries, such as Ecuador, for example, through their RED+ action planning process, where they created working groups that are with multiple stakeholders to represent various actors within their region, including civil society, women, and indigenous people. And then the Vision 2030 process throughout many of the regions, which was a national development planning process, including multiple stakeholders from various regions. So the region knows what to do and has done it and is in the process of delivering on this new public service. So what I want to do is to reflect on what should be the call to action. What are the profound changes that need to be made in how state institutions work to enable these greater partnerships? First, we need to rebuild citizen confidence in our democratic institutions. As I mentioned before, we are seeing where confidence in institutions is on the decline. We need inclusive, participatory, and collaborative approaches to decision-making. So where we have implemented these in the past, we need greater dialogue and greater work on social contracts that create agreement on how we can achieve transformation and recovery. The experience in public policies has shown us that there are certain conditions that can promote effective engagement. Firstly, broad inclusive stakeholder engagement in co-creation processes. Second, respect for different opinions and perspectives and genuine interest in arriving at mutually agreeable decisions. Integrity, good faith in devising and implementing these co-creation mechanisms. Proactive access to information and timely dissemination of information in understandable formats to sustain informed dialogue, again, linking to the cultural and other issues, characteristics of civil society to ensure that the information is something that is comprehensible to them. Actively listening to different positions, especially those who are directly affected by the public policies. And this active listening ensures providing a meaningful response to contributions by the public. And then lastly, ensuring that civil society has an enabling and supportive framework and infrastructure in order to do their work and to contribute to these mechanisms for participation. So those are my contributions to open state and open government, to the new, creating this new public service. And I welcome any comments and questions that you may have. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for these opening remarks so that we can begin the discussion of this panel and to position the issues of the need to strengthen and contribute towards the strengthening of trust on democratic institutions and the challenge to implement that regulatory framework so that we can continue to make headway as a region in participation, effective citizen participation mechanisms, especially in the construction and implementation of the public policies in our countries. We will now offer the floor, first of all, as I said, to Mr. Isaac Alfi from Uruguay. You have the floor, Isaac. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, Director Cielo Morales, dear colleagues. Certainly, what I will share with you is based on the reference document that ECLAC and ILPES have shared with us, and that seems to us to be tremendously useful. When we talk about the challenges of the present, we are inclined to think that the most important and the most difficult ones that we have ever faced. But the truth of the matter is that probably for us, they are completely novel and they may not be new in historical terms. Now, the challenge of transparency of information, of this society of information and communications in real time is a major issue. However, the difficulties will not necessarily be different to others that built the prior steps to this. That is how societies are built. Now, what is certainly true is that modern society has undertaken unthinkable changes. If we, over the past 30 years, and we're involved in a whole series of events that are very novel, not even since we were children, but ever since we began to operate, to work as professionals. The access to information does what we all know. It increases, on the one hand, the possibilities that people have, and even more so, we become aware of events of scientific progress in real time, but at the same time, certainly many of our citizens or inhabitants of countries are not able to understand them fully, or they don't have the time or the capacity maybe of being able to process all that information. And that in some cases is becoming a source of problems. And that is one of the problems that the reference document points out. Sometimes we face problems, and those problems sometimes become disputes, and that is obviously a much more severe situation. But we're viewing ideology or political positions that gain ground vis-a-vis reality. And what is even worse is that often prejudices prevail. Social media, which is very useful, and internet is certainly very useful for all this and for many transformative issues, on some occasions become places for exacerbated violence and are absolutely counterproductive for the institutional quality in societies, and thus do not contribute to the progress of society. And therefore, we cannot be surprised when we look at the studies, and this is adequately reflected in the document, adhesion to democracy is reduced to the extent that age cohorts become younger. And this is something that doesn't only happen in our Americas, but in general terms in the Western world. That violent society that is being generated through discussions among people that are not face to face, where arguments have to be expressed in very short, in a very short number of words and in a very speedy fashion. In other words, without really reasoning or expressing why I am suggesting this or that, things very quickly become out of control. And that certainly leads us to a very dangerous situation. And we know that through other methods, humanity has already experienced this, and we know what the results were. And therefore, within this sphere, what is important is to summon everyone who have government officials either supporting the government in power or not, to be very measured, to avoid exaggerations and to avoid insults. As there may be short-term political gains in doing that, but all this, what it does is basically to destroy the ability to progress, artificially creating citizen discontent, which is subsequently expressed in the election of extreme positions, and humanity is already aware of that and the suffering that it leads to. In the document that was presented to us, in the reference document, well, that summarizes, in my view, in a very adequate manner, the challenges that we face when it comes to citizen participation and when it comes to information to citizens, and also in issues related to agreements that truly lead towards well-being. And for those of us that are identified with classical liberalism that promotes freedom of expression and so on, and only conceives a republican democracy as a way of government, and thus as a way of resolving controversies within a major boundary, which is called constitution, the challenges are clearly those that are expressed in the reference document. I live in a country, I was educated in a country that from its very beginning was forged of adhering to that spirit. That does not mean that it has not faced adversities or even periods that contradicted that spirit. The first constitutional president of my country, Fructuoso Rivera, on the 17th of May, 1838, during his second mandate, passed a decree establishing the absolute freedom of press. And one of its articles says that the attacks aimed via the printed press against against himself, his secretary, and any administrative measure passed by the government are not susceptible to responsibility, and this refers to absolute freedom of expression. Clearly, that is the spirit. However, the true participation of citizens, and far more today, requires knowledge. And for that purpose, in complex societies such as the ones that we have at present, where specific knowledge is so needed, we require greater representation, and therefore the effective participation that increases the value. Citizens' participation that truly increases value is sometimes difficult, and the representative representation must be achieved in legitimate terms, and we must prevent self-appointment that at the end becomes the representation of small minorities. In Uruguay, we have observed people that at an individual level are concerned with specific issues. And they do that as from knowledge or as from great knowledge of these issues. The challenge that we face, therefore, is to obtain these opinions at an institutional level and not to take that from the social media or from something that has been written in internet. Referring to the specific questions that were asked and simplifying, we can say that there are three major decision-making decision where citizen participation must exist with its own characteristics and specificities. Yep. And the reforms where social dialogues must be wide-ranging, must be very wide-ranging, and must take up the necessary time that is needed. If a discussion, for example, requires greater time, well, that time must be available. And we're not only talking about infrastructure, which is sometimes the most usual aspects that resolve community issues, and those and that is the easiest part because people know problems firsthand, and they know better than us, certainly better than the people that did the planning, how to resolve their own difficulties. And then we have other actions that are sometimes similar to this, but that respond to the demand for leisure and culture within communities.
Very specific themes on policies, social dialogue, well understood is the way of addressing things. But this requires not only real opening by authorities to that, but that those who participate, be political parties, political sectors, civil society, should also do so with a constructive way to avoid issues, seeing things based on facts and not just comments in general. So it is elected authorities that make the decisions because that is the citizen mandate, and otherwise we would be in another sort of government regime that clearly does not correspond to democracy. So improving transparency will always require of adjustments to the rules. These have evolved and quite a lot because all legislation at the end evolves and adapts to the times. But also we must bear in mind that the best way to resolve the theme is for relevant information be made public automatically and not be always dealt with via special requests that distract resources, human resources that we have in the public sector, and that often what is asked for is making specific information that is already available, and so you're using human resources that we're all paying for, and that sometimes respond to particular or specific interests. And so the best way of doing things right is for society to have the level of education and necessary training to interpret the information openly and as much information as possible. The greater lesson that we must all bear in mind, is knowing how to listen, leaving aside arrogance. And I have seen many examples in my public and also private life, and where, and this, I'm being very concrete because this shows the relevance of participation and how there is arrogance in the public sector, not always from the political authorities, but often the technical people. Neighbors were, for example, talking about flooding issues when it rained a lot and water entering the houses, and the technicians went and said certain works has to be done, and neighbors responded that these spaces were not appropriate and the works were done as the technicians said, but this not resolve the problem. And when they were called back at the end of the day, municipality did the works that the neighbors had asked for, and the issues were resolved. So, where the engineers looked down on the opinions of the people who were suffering the incidents, and they did things based on science, it failed. It had to be done twice. And at the end of the day, the experience of the layman was right. And as things in general do not end there, the dissemination of these things and of not only of the information, of the exchange, and that this can be very fruitful. And in the cases of success, this plays an essential role as a demonstration effect and affect the best practices of what is done in the public sector. And so, as I said earlier, the best way, I would say the only way for citizens to come closer to public activities is via education, and that inform reality, that inform our appreciation of reality. The task, of course, is great, and the outcomes will be seen in the long term, transcending different administrations, and that today we must avoid, if our intertemporal awareness of being in the executive and the benefits that the society may reap. What's most important is always to think 10 to 20 years ahead, planning the works that we understand are the best for society at a given time. And of course, no one is free of making mistakes, but well, I thank you very much for your attention. I apologize because in 10 minutes I must leave the assembly on account of a meeting that I had arranged up front. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas
Well,
gracias.
thank you very much, Mr. Alpi. And now we will move on to Cristina Rio Georgette, coordinator of the issue in Chile. Thank you. Well, I represent the Commission for Public Integrity and Transparency, which is a presidential advisory function for the presidency and the quality of public service. And it's in that context that I will be giving this presentation, and that I will be divided into two. First, addressing briefly, also on account of the time, the milestones in this regard in Chile, and also where we stand in terms of trust in institutions and perception of corruption. And then in the second part, tell you about what we are doing and why, and what we are taking into consideration for doing this. So beginning with a milestone, in the recent decades, Chile has had major progress in terms of public matters and transparency and open government. In 1997, the Council for Internal Auditing of the Government was created, a presidential advisor in matters of domestic control. In 1999, Law 19,653 was published on administrative probity that instructs the state to follow the principles of probity and transparency. In 2003, there was a series of laws passed, Law 19,880, which is the administrative procedures, the system that creates the high public administration, and the government procurement law. And then the law on transparency, 2011, the law 20,500 for citizen participation in public administration, and Chile joined the Open Government Alliance, and since then, we've had successful action plans. We're now on the fifth, getting into the sixth. In 2014, the law on lobby was passed. 2016, Law 20,830 on the probity in public administration and the conflict of interest, that among other things regulates the statement of interest and assets. And in 2017, a multi-actor forum, which is the Open Government Forum, comprising the civil society, academy, and the state, each one with a representative and international observer. As you can see, we've had much progress, but since not everything is that bright, we've also had a stagnation in the perception of corruption in the country. Since 2017 to date, we've not gone up or down in the ranking. And also, we've seen a rise in the levels of mistrust according to figures of the Council for Transparency. People mistrust the state and the institutions. And also, when they interact with this, they feel ill-treated and discriminated against. And the National Transparency Survey indicates that 2 of 10 people say that they do not, or only 2 out of 10 say that they trust the state, and 7 out of 10 have a negative perception. 98% of the people feel that the state is distant, and 83% feel that there is mistreatment by the state, and 82% say that there is discrimination. And this is in addition to the fact that all progress made previously are mainly reactive actions to scandals of corruption. So there's been no proactive attitude by the state. So how do we move ahead in this context? Well, we must move ahead proactively, changing the paradigm of being reactive to being more proactive, with participation by citizens and also the institutions, both public and private, that relate to the solution of these problems affecting people, and in this sense, strengthening coordination and collaboration among these institutions and with transparency. In this context, in the Commission, we have various lines of work, and here I would like to double click on 3: public integrity, open government, and citizen services. In public integrity, we have a national strategy for public integrity, which is something new in Chile to see this as a strategic approach, because we have always had reactive agendas that react to corruption. And we would like to have a long-term strategy for this matter, and that is integral, that is comprehensive, and the result of a participatory process involving public and private institutions, and that must work collaboratively, have an action plan with specific actions, and be monitoring. The strategy has 5 pillars: policy, private sector, public sector's transparency, and also seeking a cultural change in terms of public integrity. We have already had participatory instances. Quite recently, we did a public consultation and more than 3,000 people took part, and also of all the regions in the country. And here we did 30 social dialogues with the participation of more than 240 people of different groups, such as elderly persons, girls, boys, and adolescents, SMEs, different groups, normally marginalized from public decisions. And regarding this, I would like to highlight 3 findings by the process. First, that participation in instances of dialogue creates a positive change in the emotions of people. There is a change after an active listening by the state. There is a change in people's emotion, makes it more positive. Second, that participation by these traditionally discriminated groups for these processes are necessary to have a rights-based approach and make this extensive to all public policy. And lastly, all state branches and society at large must be considered. Otherwise, we will continue to have partial solutions. So that is why we believe that this process shows the relevance of moving ahead proactively in a coordinated manner and based on transparency. Open government. Here we have different initiatives that are related to what we have our theme today. Open government roadmap. As I said, we're in our 5th action plan. This is a commitment of the 5th action plan, having measures for the short, medium, and long term to strengthen the principles of open government in Chile with an appropriate institutionality. And the idea is that this may also reflect the change in paradigm of open government. Then the sixth plan of action, we are studying the methodology and guidelines for the sixth plan. And here citizen participation is very important and it has appeared as a need that there be competencies for participation by citizens so that their participation be well informed and effective. Regarding these 2 points, we've also taken into account the learning in our country and by all open government players in Chile in its years of existence, because notwithstanding we're now beginning with the sixth plan, it is always relevant to have self-criticism and move ahead based on what we have been learned, but also the mistakes made. And then in terms of modifications to the multiplayer forum, the Open Government Panel in Chile is an instance where we have participation by the civil society, academics, and the state. And for this to be reflected in a change in the paradigm, we must move ahead with having greater institutions involved and being able to involve, because today we just represented with the office of the General Secretariat for the presidency, but we need to involve others. And lastly, since August 2022, there is a presidential instruction list on citizen participation. And the idea is to strengthen the effective implementation of Law 20,500 of citizen participation in public administration, because as Daniel said, often we have the legislation, but the implementation is in the red. And so this is to move ahead with that, and also including traditionally excluded groups or in all territories, and ensuring this is effective and that it may feedback.
And finally, in citizen attention, we have held meetings to resume the ORIS network on suggestions and complaints. So as to work until year end. We're also in the midst of a new program for improving the management of services and user experience. We believe that the experience of citizens certainly affects the confidence and trust on institutions. In order to tackle this, together with the Secretariat on Modernizing Finance Ministry, are all working together so that with the available data, we can find the gaps in user satisfaction, we can measure the plans, we can see what's happening, and then solve and plan. We wish to improve user satisfaction with this method. And finally, we believe that the big challenge in the implementation and the reason for the lower confidence has to do with the level of complexity behind social issues. This demands that solutions be considered in all nuances. Here we believe that participation, transparency, coordination between all public and private institutions is a new opportunity to better understand issues, to understand them and to face them at a better footing. Thank you. Thank you, Cristina. I now give the floor to the National Planning Secretary from Ecuador. You have the floor, Sir Jairon Bechan. I bring greetings from the government of Ecuador, especially from our President, Mr. Mendoza. As National Secretary of Planning, it is indeed a pleasure for me to participate here in talking about the open space and citizen participation. We have a plan that is from 2021 up to 25. We have learned a great deal. We know that we must strengthen open government because the governments can be strengthened through transparency. In 21, when President Lasso took office, there was no public cadastre on the available vaccines. And only those that were close to the previous administration had access to vaccination. Having that in mind, the President Lasso started with an ambitious plan to vaccinate the country of 18 million. And 9 million were vaccinated in the first 100 days of his office. This ambitious endeavor aimed at protecting the population and doing so with the utmost transparency. A plan was decided with the public sector and the private sector as well. Once the vaccines had been bought, and we implemented that plan through this strategic partnership. We used the cadasters in the election institution. We set up a plan on the website whereby each citizen with his ID number could have access and find out where to get his vaccine and when. As the process went on, within the health ministry, a platform was also set up to see what was happening with the vaccination of the population. This was all the start of the implementation of an open data portal. In Ecuador, we realized that we could be efficient and that we could be fully transparent as the public sector. After 100 days of office, 9 million persons were vaccinated, and this was very beneficial for the population, and we're very proud of it. Now, the preparation of the National Development Plan in Ecuador. In talking about that, the Constitution says that the participation of people and communities should be we also have an organic code for planning and public finances with the mechanisms for citizen participation in the implementation and formulation of plans and policies with the proper participation. We also have another article that sets the groundwork for participative democracy. Thus, in the preparation of the National Development Plan of Ecuador for this administration that is called the Plan for the Creation of Opportunities, 88 working tables were set up, having in mind mobility restrictions that were due to the pandemic. So we held 58 virtual tables with representatives from civil society from the whole country and a platform where the citizens could bring in their own contributions in the preparation of this national development plan. And finally, a territorial strategy was set up to implement the development plan and its goals throughout the territory. This was all harmonized with the 2030 agenda so that 95% of the 130 goals under our national development plan are well aligned with some goal of the 2030 agenda. The results was a creation of new opportunities with 55 public policies, 5 pillars, 16 goals, 55 policies, and 130 goals. There are no declarations. These are all monitored. And there are many other plans, even in our country, where there are just a declaration of goals without any possibility of measuring them. But that is not what we have on this occasion. This is one of the improvements that was included in this National Development Plan. As I said, we harmonized this with the SDGs, and the result was that most were aligned. Now, in terms of open government, our Constitution says that it's a right to have access to information created by public offices. Every citizen has the right to have access to that information. And we also subscribe to the Ibero-American Open Government rules, and we have therefore a law on public data systems. In building the first plan on open government, we started in 2018, but the plan was not concluded then. It was only last year when the current administration under President Lasso was able to fulfill the first plan of open government in Ecuador. This is a way whereby we create trust, we strengthen public management with an ethical, responsible, and social control manner. We include many organizations. Now, the pillars whereby this plan lies has to do with transparency, access to public information, integrity, accountability, citizen participation, collaboration, innovation, and citizenship. Now, these are the benefits coming from an open government, and they involve promoting integrity, equality, innovation. It contributes to preventing corruption, and this allows us to prevent corruption in those departments that are most susceptible to corruption. And we have even new protocols. We also facilitate the assessment of public management. And the secretariat that I represent is involved in this. The planning secretariat has three tasks from a legal standpoint, and these are planning public policy, follow-up, and assessment. When we got there, at first we found an institution that was dismantled. Even though it is true that the projects for public investment were approved, but still there was no follow-up. A data bank of about 600 projects was at a standstill, but and this has changed. Slowly this year, we have already implemented all of the necessary mechanisms for following up public policy and evaluating it. That is why at the first I said that all of our goals have a means of measurement. And we do believe that we encourage participation among citizens, accountability, transparency of data and public information, and encouraging innovation. This is the process behind the building of the open government plan. A commission was created, the proposals were analyzed, and a commitment was adopted by the government in order to prepare the rules and the agenda. First of all, we had to have a portal with open data that was needed to design the portal. It didn't work well at first, but then it did. We also had to do with the implementation of XVII, and we had to get together with the extraction sector to have the data on exploration and exploitation of the extraction sector. We also had to have access of public information for every single citizen. We also had a national prevention plan to get rid of violence against women. And this included the first single cadastre on violence for all gender victims. We created the first lab for citizen innovation, simplifying the red tape, and they're creating a strategy to improve the quality of utility delivery. We have a specific commitment for some of the departments. For example, in telecommunications, they had to create a policy of open data and the guideline for its implementation. The National Planning Secretariat, where I work, was in charge of designing and updating the open data portal. The national system for hiring had to implement an open platform. In Ecuador, all public contract has to go through this platform. The Water and Ecological Transition Ministry had to implement all rights for participation and offer access to information according to XVII. Mining Ministry had to include all data on oil, gas, and mining. And the public ombudsman had to develop the capabilities to improve the quality of utilities. Human Rights Secretariat became the Human Rights and Women's Ministry in charge of preparing the national plan for the prevention of violence against gender. The presidency of the Republic is in charge of the lab on citizen innovation, as well as optimizing bureaucracy. And the labor ministry is in charge of the creation of a strategy to improve the quality of public utilities in Ecuador. That means we have five landmarks. The designing and make a diagnosis of that portal, and we have public challenges, we have systematization, recommendations, and the assessment of the portal.
All this was done by German cooperation that enabled us to have datosabiertos.gov.ec, where 896 sets of data have been uploaded, representing 95 institutions. And here in this portal, you can find the administrative records of all institutions in Ecuador, such as the vaccination process, labor statistics, all in a single standardized format using international criteria in terms of how open data must be structured so that citizens may be able to download that and begin to conduct its own analyses. And at the same time, demanding the government to be accountable for the resources that are implemented. This is the scheme of how the open data portal was created, and the achievements of this first plan of action of open government, the policy and guideline of open data, the redesign of the portal, the platform for the information on public procurement, the ratification of the XVII agreement, the adhesion to EITI, the toolbox to strengthen transparency, Citizens Observatory on gender violence and diversity, and gender diversity, all aspects related to open data, the plan to simplify bureaucracy and regulatory improvement, and the improvement of public services. Today, we are pointing towards a second open data plan, and we hope to launch the second edition of the second version of this plan, and to account to citizens about the construction of this plan, and to continue to make headway with transparency that as a national government is a priority for us. And as I said at the beginning, there is nothing that better strengthens states than the strength of transparency. In this case, we have next steps, which is to strengthen the rest of the functions of the state. And legislative function is beginning to advance towards open parliament, and we still have a long way to go in terms of justice, in the electoral system, in the National Controller's Office, that are undergoing modernization processes, and hopefully soon each one of these functions will establish their own institutional open data plans following the example of the presidency of the Republic. We have held working sessions throughout our country. And here we have a video. In its plan to create opportunities 2021-2025, Ecuador promotes the model of open government in order to enhance transparency and access to timely information which is close to citizens. This new way of management promotes the participation of Ecuadorians in public affairs and involving them in decision. As from 2018, our country is a member of the Open Government Partnership, and within that framework, it entered into the commitment of elaborating an open government involving the participation of representatives from the public sector, civil society, and academia in order to improve the public management as from the vision of citizens. The first plan of action of open government in 2019-2022 involves 10 commitments, 3 of which are related to open data. Politics, the guideline, and the portal on open data. And this involves a platform that provides citizens with relevant information and reliable information in a timely and accessible fashion. In our link, datosabiertos.gov.ec, the user will find information on public administration, environment and water, anti-corruption, trade and industry, knowledge and research, in addition to culture, sport, the economy, education, health, safety, security, society and well-being, transport, housing, among other issues. The portal of open data explores more than 3,212 resources and 806 sets of open data of 95 different public institutions that will benefit public entities, local governments, the productive sector, international entities, social organizations, academia, and citizenship. At present, Ecuador works in its second plan of action of open government and takes on board the challenge of promoting this model of governance towards an open state involving the participation of all state functions and levels of governance. In this way, as from the national government, we're working to make public management transparent and to involve citizens in decision-making and public policies that we generate for their benefit. Thank you very much. I'm sure that the experience that can be provided by the Ecuadorian government and the actions undertaken may help the rest of the countries in the region to continue to strengthen the road towards opening up data, promote transparency, and strengthen citizens' participation. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, National Secretary. We would now like to offer the floor to Kate Wilson. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I want to recognize my fellow panelists and all persons here in person and virtually. I want to bring warm greetings from the government and people of St. Lucia and to say how pleased we are to be participating in such a very, very important discourse. Madam Moderator, the concept of open government in the state, as we've heard before, suggests a model of style of government that encompasses an increased level of openness in terms of information and decision-making and constitutes a multilateral political, social, and economic process that not only transforms governments, but improves the relationships between the government and people. It espouses a culture of governance which is based on innovative and sustainable public policies and practices, inspired by the principles of transparency, accountability, and participation that fosters democracy and inclusive growth. We heard Ms. Andrade Goff in her opening remarks speak about the Open Government Partnership Initiative. Now, in St. Lucia, it was launched in 2011 on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, and it was meant to be a globally recognized and respectable means to achieve the goals that we spoke about, in particular to strengthen the role of civil service organizations, encouraging greater collaborations with government towards forging more innovative and open ways of working. Now, this voluntary partnership, through this partnership, countries were expected to fight corruption, encourage citizen participation, harness new digital technologies in order to strengthen governance and to reform the public sector. So what have we done in St. Lucia? So I will look firstly at what we have done in terms of open government and the open state, and then I will talk about this wonderful tool in the form of the ESCOZO agreement that we've discovered and what we've done so far in terms of incorporating the agreement into the reformation of the public sector. So while St. Lucia is not a formal member of the Open Government Partnership Initiative, since 2015, it has taken significant strides towards a path that espouses the objectives of that partnership. So with the assistance of the OAS, the Organization of American States, Department for Effective Public Management, the government of St. Lucia at the time commissioned an expert group to conduct an analysis of the public sector in St. Lucia. And they came up with a report. So they went on the ground, conducting a number of technical visits on the ground, analyzing in three main compartments. One, the legal framework, the institutions, and thirdly, the initiatives, including in particular how the public sector performs in providing quality services to the public, to the general public. So in terms of the legislative framework for open government, what do we have in St. Lucia? So far, we have the Statistics Act, number 13 of 1973. And what does it do? It provides protection for personal information gathered in censuses and surveys, and it governs the work of the Central Statistics Office, which guides the collection, compilation, and dissemination of relevant national statistical information, which is used for decision-making and policy-making. We have the staff orders of the public service, and those staff orders were to is at the moment it's been considered that it be replaced with what is known as the Public Service Management Bill. We have also our 2011 Data Protection Act, which was amended in 2015 to align with health information and records. And what does it do? It governs the collection, holding, use, processing, and disclosure of personal information, as well as the right of privacy of individuals. And then in terms of citizen participation, we have the Charter of Civil Society for the Caribbean Community, of which St. Lucia is a party. It provides for protection of our rights, empowerment of communities to participate in public management, and Articles 17, 22, and 24 of that charter speaks specifically to that. We have our Copyright Act of 1995, which deals with the ownership and licensing of government data. Of course, we have our Constitution, which at the moment is under review. We are working closely, and I will tell you more about this when I get into the XVII agreement, but we are working in terms of making our Constitution more compliant with access rights, to have access rights more prominent in the provisions of our Constitution. We've had for some time a Freedom of Information Bill. And I must say, this is one of the areas we really, really need to work on, because it's been there for a while and it's not been enacted. So we are again reviewing it to ensure, and we are working closely here with the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, to ensure that we have provisions, the provisions within that information bill is compliant with the XVII agreement. And here let me segue into the XVII agreement. So in 2018, when the XVII agreement was open for signature, in fact, let me go further before that. When the whole concept of the XVII agreement began first with the Rio Conference and the Rio Plus conferences, which dealt with the whole Principle 10 concept. And what does the Principle 10 concept mean? It speaks to information that is governed by governments, or that is in the purview of governments and the public sector, that citizens should have a right to that information, particularly information that is hazardous to their health, that is hazardous to the environment, and that the participants, particularly civil society, should be involved at all stages of the decision-making process, so that we have better, and not only that there should be access to justice where they are wronged in terms of environmental issues. But what we need to notice is that the XVII agreement has three main components. Yes, it has the access to information component, it has the public participation component, and it has the third component, which is the access to justice. Now, we heard from all our speakers here this morning, and even in the very first panel, panel one, where we heard about what is it that we need to know, what's foresight? What do we need to think about in terms of getting the public sector revitalized. We've heard all what is happening concretely in the countries and what still needs to be done. So here's what we've done in St. Lucia in terms of access to information, public participation, and access to justice. So during St. Lucia was very prominent from negotiation round 7 of the Escazú agreement, and there were 9 rounds of negotiation of this Escazú agreement. So St. Lucia joined in Buenos Aires in Argentina. And we have become, since we joined, we were very, very steadfast and robust in ensuring that we put institutions in place to ensure that those 3 components of the Escazú agreement are visible and that access rights are prominent in the institutions and the initiatives in St. Lucia. And so when the agreement was open for signature by the United Nations Treaties Office in 2018, St. Lucia was one of the first countries to sign on to the Escazú agreement. We conducted, and when I say we at the Department of Sustainable Development was heading the promotion, because this is the seat of the national focal point of the Escazú agreement, of which I sit in that position as the national focal point for the Escazú agreement. We partnered, we came up with a committee that involved, that was representative of several stakeholders on the island. And we began with a very robust public awareness campaign. We went into the schools, we went on the ground, we had, town hall meetings, we engaged the judiciary, we engaged the National Workers Union, we engaged the media, and we engaged all stakeholders who are significant in that process. And I've just, yes. And so the Escazú agreement was ratified 2 years later. In December of 2020, 1st of December 2020, it was ratified. And now the agreement has come into force. It came into force on April 22nd, 2021, which is International Earth Day. And now we are working towards implementation of this agreement. Now, why am I speaking about this agreement? Because here we are talking about issues of transparency, openness, democracy. All of those principles are the principles espoused in the Escazú agreement. The Escazú agreement speaks to leaving no one behind. It is a wonderful tool for us to achieve the goals and the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to, where we want to ensure that we reduce poverty, we reduce hunger. What is more a wonderful tool than the Escazú agreement? Because it states the sorts of things that governments need to put in, not just governments, but the entire society, state needs to put in place to ensure that we have openness, that we have transparency. And what does openness and transparency do? It leads to great governance. It leads to trust. We've heard a number of the speakers talk about reduced trust and the lack of trust and what we need to do about that. If you get the appropriate information and you give it to the public in a timely manner, that trust will be improved. And so now we are working, St. Lucia is working in terms of getting the Escazú agreement implemented in St. Lucia. Here's what we've been doing. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean they have joined the OECS Commission. They have signed a memorandum of understanding with the OECS Commission for 3 years to enhance this whole Escazú process in the implementation of Escazú in St. Lucia. And so the Commission, through its data, its statistics department, has been working closely with the Central Statistics Office, the Department of Sustainable Development, to develop environmental indicators and to improve our processes of data collection, data dissemination. Why? For better public policy, for better decision making. And so far, we've had about 3 meetings with workshops, and we are continuing our workshops in that sphere. At the Department of Sustainable Development, in terms of the SDG agenda, what we've done is that we have a number of focal areas. We have our focal points in terms of deal with the climate change issues. So when people are going to the Paris Agreement and they have the conferences of Paris, we have our team that goes to that. We have our biodiversity team that just returned from Montreal. And the XVII Agreement also speaks to one of the fundamental and innovative parts of the XVII Agreement is having protection for environmental defenders, persons who defend the environment. And you know, most of you here from Latin America and the Caribbean, you know what the issues lie in terms of the plight of human rights defenders. So St. Lucia was part of the team because now we just recently held the first annual forum for human rights defenders, which was held in your country, Ecuador. And so what are we doing? We are now working towards an action plan about those human rights defenders, which will now be presented at the next conference of parties of the XVII Agreement. So we have a clear plan, and all countries are working in synergy to ensure that we protect the rights of human rights defenders. In terms of implementation, Ms. Andrade Goff, who was our opening speaker here, is working closely with St. Lucia to now develop a roadmap for implementation. In 2020, this committee that I spoke about, this Public Awareness Committee, we worked towards presenting a comprehensive concept note to our Cabinet of Ministers. And we spoke about political will. Political will is very, very important, but we have found so far, our previous government and this government in power seem to understand the concept of the importance of the environment and protection of the environment, and how the environmental issues are cross-cutting. The same principles of openness that we apply through the XVII Agreement can be applied to planning. It can be applied across the board to social and economic planning. Why should it be just environmental issues? It is political, it impacts the social sphere, it impacts the economic sphere. And so we have developed a proper list of civil service organizations in terms of citizen participation. We have shared this with Ms. Andrade, and Ms. Andrade is working closely in terms of getting those multi-stakeholders on board. Earlier, we heard about the multi-stakeholder forums that are being held in different countries. We are looking towards, at this moment, we are in the initial stages, just doing the baseline report, but we will get there soon because it's an involved process. It's very difficult to change public opinions, but we are getting there. And so we are working with those various stakeholders to ensure that plan, and the ECLAC XVII Secretariat has developed a comprehensive implementation guide, which we are using to put that roadmap together and to get XVII working in St. Lucia. How much time do I have? Okay, so in terms of, let me get back a little bit. Let me get back into what we are doing in terms of open government, and then I will come back to the XVII Agreement. So apart from our legislation, the government has looked at a number of institutional changes to ensure that we have citizen participation, to ensure that we have a revitalized public service, and that we have a concept of open government that is reflective of the needs of the people of St. Lucia. And so we've had a unit which is based in the Prime Minister's office, and it is a modern. It is called the Public Service Modernization Unit. And what do? They look at what is needed within the public service, review what is needed. Capacity building is one of the key areas. Human resources. Okay, so we have that unit, management unit, which, as I said, is based right there because the Prime Minister's office is also the office that deals with the public service reform. We also have our government information service that went through a process of restructuring. And you know, the government information service is the main body that will disseminate information about what is happening in the various ministries. And they have gone further now and have created within each government ministry, there is now an information officer who works closely with that central unit, which is the GIS, to ensure that we have dissemination of information. Now, not only should we look at the Escazú agreement is very, very clear, and if I have to speak about it, I will be here all night, but it's very, very clear in terms of what should be put in place in terms of access to information. And one of the main things that it speaks to is the establishment of information systems. And St. Lucia has put in place an open data portal. We also have an open data policy. And of course, we have a national environmental information system. And at the OECS level, the Commission is now working with the other islands of the OECS to have it at a regional level, okay, to create that environmental system at a regional level. So we are, in terms of public, in terms of citizen participation, the Escazú agreement is very clear in terms of providing or allowing for the public to be involved at all stages of the decision making and in a timely manner. So what we have done, and we are continuing to do, we are working in terms of putting those regulations in place. So we have a structured process by which the members of the public can request information of what we would call competent public authorities, that is, authorities that are authorized to hold environmental information, and to have that recognized procedure so that they can request of, any information from those bodies. And should those bodies decide for some reason they have to apply that balancing test, should we withhold that information in the public interest, or should we release it to the public? They must go through that balancing process. And if they decide in favor of withholding that information, that they should give reasons. There should be a recognized procedure in terms of reasons as to why we will not do that. So we are working closely with ECLA to put that in place. Okay. So here's what I want to recommend. I want to recommend a number of things, because I see my madam moderator has already given me her timeline that we have. It's time to wrap up. That first and foremost, we have greater synergies between, what I'm about to say, we've heard before. Synergies between the different ministries. You find that the Central Statistics Office has its own data thing, and the National Emergency Management Organization has its own. And, so we now need to feed into each other, to work with each other, to create, a centralized, or to feed into each other so that we know what we are doing, what they're doing, so that we can move towards together and stop working in silos. The second thing we need to do, and Mr. President has spoken a lot about it, is in terms of financing for the public service. Sustainable financing for all those projects and all that, human resource development that we want to do. We need to put in our national budgets sufficient money so that can happen. So it is a reality. So it's not just on paper. And we need to be serious about this, because planning, as you have heard, especially from the gentleman from Honduras, how important foresight and planning is. And if it is derailed, what can happen as a result of that? So I will encourage, especially those countries here, represented here, who have not signed on or have not ratified the Escazú agreement, to do that, and to do so quickly. At the moment, we are putting the structural institutions in place. Just earlier this morning rather, we had a meeting to 48 candidates we got in terms of nominations to sit on the compliance committee for implementation. and compliance of the XVII agreement from 15 to 16 countries across the LAC region. So our task now is to take it down to 7 of those now to ensure that we have adequate representation, both in terms of gender, geographical location, and in terms of knowledge of the issues on access rights and legal rights. So that is being put into place. We have worked together to have rules and procedures in terms of how we are going to finance this. We have a voluntary fund, and also we have different streams of how we can access financing from different organizations, South Corporation funds, and all sorts of mechanisms. And so I want to wrap up very quickly and let you know that if you go onto the CIPAL website, there is a marvelous depository on XVII agreement. So you have to just Google the XVII agreement and you will find what countries are doing, you'll find what CIPAL is doing in terms of ensuring that there is support for countries in terms of what they want to do. And I want to thank the ECLAC team for the tremendous support that they've given us and continue to give St. Lucia in the development of this XVII process, which, as I said, I believe is the key to getting that public sector reformation and open government that we so dearly would like to see about. And I'd like to stop here and say thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Kate, por su Thank you, Kate, for your passionate presentation. Really very, very interesting. We could keep on listening, and hopefully in lunch that is waiting for us, we may continue discussing this. And I keep a couple of ideas. First, how the emotions of people change when they are given space for participation and active listening. And then another idea, the strength of transparency. It is a powerful sentence that I believe we all agree with that. And the third one is how a robust regulatory framework and an instrument very well negotiated, with great participation and binding, as it is XVII agreement for the case of one of the countries of Caribbean, St. Lucia, how it has been a vital instrument to articulate a series of rules, but particularly to see concretely, in concrete terms, how citizen participation can be taken forward, not only in environmental issues, but used as a concrete way of doing it. And then finally, because financing emerges, we cannot forget nor miss, we need to emphasize the need of allocating resources in order to have public policies, plans, programs, implementation involving citizen participation. But not only financial resources must be allocated, human resources, time. We need to invest time in that, but it is well invested time. Thank you very much to all delegations. You have lunch waiting for you in the 4th floor. Daniela will go with you. So thank you very much for this first and second panel meetings that have been so involved, enthusiastic, participatory. Thank you very much. I know we have finished very late, but if we could meet a 3:45 max, I mean, we would resume at that time. Please, you have only 1 hour to have lunch, and remember that we have a cocktail party at the end of the day where we will be able to exchange views and try to wrap up and finish ideas that we need to discuss, and thus have a good space for exchanging views. Thank you.
Vamos a retomar.
Okay, we'll begin to resume today's event with an additional event that we are holding within the framework of this conference, which has to do with the gender mainstreaming in planning. And that involves three presenters. First of all,
Ya fue presentado hoy.
Luis Madera, he's already been introduced. He's the Vice Minister for Planning and Public Investment of the Ministry of the Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. He is a business manager, has a master's in applied studies with statistical and demographic analysis. He was director of economic statistics of the National Statistics Office of the Dominican Republic. Is a national expert in sustainable development. And in between 2016 and 2018, he was technical coordinator of the Interinstitutional High-Level Commission for Sustainable Development. He has recently represented his country in the high-level policy forum for development of the UN and in the Sustainable Development Forum in Latin America and the Caribbean in ECLAC. He was recently Director of Economic Analysis of the Ministry of Trade and was Director of the Economic in the Ministry of Economic and Social Planning, of which he is now Vice Minister. We will also have the participation of the Argentinian representative, Ana Gabriela Castellini. She is the Secretary for Management and Public Employment of the head of cabinet of the ministries in Argentina. She is a doctor in social sciences from the University of Buenos Aires and has been for many years now main researcher of CONICET, professor at the Faculty of Social Sciences of the University of Buenos Aires, and has published significantly many books entitled The Years of the Alliance and many other books. Thirdly, we have the representative of Chile, Tatiana Hernandez. She is in charge of the division of Equality division of the Ministry of Equality in Chile. She holds a master's and has a postgraduate in human rights and democratization processes of the University of Chile. And she also has a diploma in gender education from different universities. She's part of the Gender and Equality Observatory, a researcher and consultant in centers, foundations, and specialized institutes on gender, especially with regards to gender violence against women and the political and economic participation of women. She is also a specialist in the design and implementation and evaluation and monitoring of projects and policies and public policies with regards to gender, and she has a wide experience in the mainstream of gender policies in both private and public entities, and with small rural producers, native peoples organizations in both Chile and the Caribbean. Before this present position that she has, she was advisor of labor practices with gender equality in Suriname and was in the National Women's Service, and she was responsible for gender and social entrepreneurial responsibility in the corporation. She was also responsible for contents and methodologies at the Gender and Equity and Gender Equity Observatory, among many other positions. So thank you very much, 2 or 3 presenters in this panel. This event that we will be holding within the framework of the conference seeks its fundamental objective is for countries to present and discuss some regional experiences whereby planning authorities have mainstreamed gender in their planning exercises, and also other experiences that have been able to generate an institutional framework that favors the incorporation of this perspective. And the idea is to how we are able to include the gender perspective in planning and how we are able to generate an institutional framework to achieve that. From the viewpoint of planning, over the past decades, the planning instruments have become increasingly complex, and they have integrated different the short, the medium, and the long term in different territories. So they have also incorporated social and economic stakeholders as diverse and unequal, but have also made an effort to incorporate mainstream perspectives, the perspective of environmental sustainability, and we're also making efforts to incorporate, as you will see in the presentations of those accompanying us, the gender perspective as well. To plan with a gender perspective, as many of you know, implies the design and implementation of actions so that both men and women can exercise their rights and participate in equal conditions in the development process and in the distribution of benefits and opportunities that derive from that development process. It also implies taking into consideration the multiple inequality aspects that are linked to gender, such as territorial inequality, that which is produced as a result of social stratification, technical inequalities, and many others that we also exist in our region. Within the framework of the new public service, which is the name of this conference, and which is a fundamental aspect really, this which talks about deepening democracy as by establishing a new link between citizenship and the state, based on collaborative leadership, which includes citizens' participation by both men and women. This new public service provides a tremendous opportunity both to link gender equality plans that exist in most countries, and that in most cases are which is normally guided by ministries of women,
Como su articulación con el plan.
and also its linkage with development plans. So this is an opportunity to bring together development plans with gender equality plans. So we will establish a dialogue with regards to these 2 points. On the one hand, the link between gender equality plans that in practically all countries of the region are drafted by entities that promote women, sometimes ministries, in other locations as institutes within ministries. The articulation of those equality plans with development plans. In the case of development plans, of long-term development plans, only half of those development plans, 15 out of the 33 countries of the region, have been able to incorporate within their development plans the gender perspective. And therefore, we face a challenge there in terms of how to incorporate, as from planning, the gender perspective. And at the same time, how we can institutionally shape an architecture enabling something that both entities, both the planning authorities and the entities that are in charge of gender equality plans, they face a common challenge, which is intersectoriality. In both cases, in terms of planning and also gender authorities, seek to develop actions that go beyond the different sectors and that encompass the whole government, the whole state. So in this panel, we will be working on and thinking around 3 questions that relate to those experiences, to articulate gender equality plans and planning actions for sustainable development. The conditions for these planning entities to take on board the gender perspective, what methodologies have been used, using what mechanisms. Here you will be listening to the different experiences. For example, the Chilean experience, where there are gender advisors that work in each one of the ministries in order to implement that those equality plans. And in that sense, the question is, well, what are those new institutional architectures enabling us to overcome the barriers for different sectors and introduce gender aspects with planning for development aspects? And so without further ado, I'll open the floor first of all to Luis Madeira. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Natalia. Muchas gracias a
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to comment today on the experience in the Dominican Republic. And this is another matter, inclusion with a gender approach in the planning. And I would like to begin by saying it's not planning for the sake of planning, but rather planning based on the premise that planning is the basis to budget, execute, and have public value for people. I'm saying this because one of the experiences I will be telling you about now is as gender is related to planning. And so people say to me, why don't you take it out? And let me explain why they want to get it out. Because sometimes it is not understand that planning is not about doing a book, but rather it is the path to be followed by institutions. So we take on the premise that this must be used as a guideline for institutions. Then advancements, and in this case, a gender approach must be included in the planning. And I would like to go a little further back and very quickly speak of several topics of how we've moved ahead. For quite some time now, our country has become aware of the relevance of approaching certain issues cross-cuttingly, public policy discussions, and also gender. And so when the new National Development Strategy came out in 2010, the National Development Strategy included out of 7 cross-cutting policies, and one of these had to do with gender. And so not only included as a cross-cutting policy, but also among the 400 something lines of action of the strategy, 33 explicitly must guide actions by state institutions, have the gender approach very directly and explicitly. And so I think that that is the first main milestone on how the issue of gender began to be seen formally and tangibly in the planning of public policies, because the National Development Strategy is our major roadmap for the country. And then, as one of the lines of actions, they began creating the plans for gender equity. There are 5-year plans, and that right now are led by the Ministry of Women. So the Ministry for Women was created, and also the plans for gender equity were devised, and these gender equity plans began to be integrated to the pluriannual public sector plans, with the 4-year plans that determine the main lines of action strategies for the institutions. So with the creation of the Ministry for Women, this also meant that the gender offices were created at the various institutions. And I will refer to them now in a moment with greater emphasis. And in response to one of the questions regarding the articulation between these offices, these are mechanisms for gender advancement for women, and including this in planning. And so the offices were set up in the planning units of these various institutions. And then after creating these offices, another important milestone is that we began working, already exists, the development of a budget gender classifier, so that not only in planning for 4 years, but also in the annual budget of the institutions, there is a budgetary classifier for gender, and so institutions must indicate what they're doing that have as the gender approach in each of their institutions, so that we can put figures to the actions carried out by the government in terms of the autonomies and the gender approach in general. And then all of this has been since 2010, 2012 until 2020. In 2020, there was a change in government, and then the government plan until 2024, there was, in the previous one, there was a direct part of the 32 policies of the government program. There was one evidently for gender. And so we had given priority to this. And so this allowed us to put up direct activities that have to do with the autonomy of women. Not only do we have a specific policy for this, but in determining the pluriannual plans in the public sector, we also created a partnership with the Ministry for Women and the representatives of the Ministry for Women were present throughout the process, developing the pluriannual plan. In the 32 panels for policies that were created together with the Ministry of Economy, we also had a representative of the Ministry for Women. And so the indicators were being discussed and the policies proposed for each policy, economic, institutional, environmental, and so on. The gender approach was present, ensured by our colleagues from the Ministry of for Women. And so today, now we are working, taking yet another step, and are currently building a new system for monitoring of the public administration. MISNAP, a system that in our country goes back about 10 years. Everyone respects it. And in fact, it is a system that ends with a bonus in financial terms for the public servants for the attainment of the targets of the system. And it used to be used only for human resources, but now other topics have been added, and we're managing to add special points to be given for 4 of the cross-cutting policies, and one of these is the cross-cutting gender policy. And so in the assessment of the civil servants, so that they may be contenders for the bonus, there are indicators that have to do with achieving milestone in terms of gender in the different public policies of these institutions. And one could be the use of gender classifiers for the budget, or that they have already formalized their offices. And in this way, then we have a connection, an award, or in relation to the attainment of these things that we really want to prioritize in these institutions. Having said this, and I say it like this in temporary terms, because one thing leads to another, one step at a time. Before us, there was a team from 2008 to 2020 that built the 4 things that I mentioned earlier. If they had not been there before building that, we could not build what we're building today. And so, to conclude and emphasize the gender offices, which is one of the things that this year will take up a lot of activity, because to be frank, they were not making the most of this. And this was a big step was taken. We got this to be accepted, that these institutional units for gender equity exist in each institution, that they should be included together with planning and development. But in practice, they're not doing everything that they should, and what we think that they should do in order to further the topic a bit more. I think it is important to give them greater training in terms of planning and budgeting for the people in these units, and a greater real integration to the business model of the institutions. Unfortunately, there are areas or themes that are sort of like satellites in the institution. They're there, but they're not actually part of the business model of the institution. And what we need is for gender to really be part of the fabric of the institution. And to achieve that, we must improve the capacities and the integration of this in the everyday activity of the institution, the people who are already present in each ministry and many of the decentralized offices of the ministries. And that in theory respond to the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry for Women. They're also in relation to the Ministry of Women, and we must strengthen these ties. And so this is something that we need to do now. We reached an agreement with the Ministry for Women in order to address these themes. And as I say, matters related to women, as well as other cross-cutting themes, must be put in our backpack to bring them to the Ministry of Economy, and also include the gender issues, so that the Ministry for Women may then increase their influence and outreach in terms of the public policies of other institutions, because the issue of gender be really part of public policy. So I just merely wanted to share with you these actions, and that mean that today we're thinking of how to use our organizational structures to further more strongly the gender theme at policy level, and especially in public administration, where they're included as indicators in order to achieve the incentive that depends on whether they have attained the indicator. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. A very interesting experience in the Dominican Republic and the history of how they made headway in defending these mechanisms. And also this last point regarding incentives to create the gender perspective is very, very interesting and highly replicable in other countries. And now, yes, I would like to recognize Ana Gabriela Castellani. Yes, good afternoon. We have here a presentation. I don't know if you could put it up, please. First of all, kicking off by saying that in the current Argentine government, the gender issue has been strategic, put forward by the president of the nation since day one. It has to do with a very recent socio-historical event, number one, in feminist social movements that have led to the establishment of the gender agenda in our country as of the decade of 2010 onwards. Quite aside from the other history that goes back many decades. But as of 2010, the agenda was taken in, and implying a great challenge for governments and how to work in a coordinated manner at all instances so that the gender approach be cross-cutting. And so, first of all, I would like to say, what do we understand by mainstreaming something within a public administration? This has to do with identifying all state actions that move towards a particular issue or the development of a government project and seeing how the actions are operated, if they are perpetuating the difficulty or trying to modify it or turn it around. And in that sense, we could think that with proper planning from the cross-cutting approach, it includes three dimensions. One, the strategic one, because it allows you to think of the three moments and think about the future, but also concretely, this leads to a process of inclusion or rights building if the policy is mainstreamed in the planning and you get concrete results. And also, in operational terms, this allows you to include very, very macro issues to each sectoral policy. That is, it is clear that you cannot mainstream everything. Each government will have to determine the 2 or 3 themes or issues that are key and that must cross-cut all sectoral policy.
And naturally, this is not only in planning of public policy, but also in the assessment stage. When you streamline a pillar such as here, gender, at the time of assessment, you will know about the results, the outcome and indicators that were set during the planning that contribute to the solution. Now, from an institutional standpoint, I would say that mainstreaming is the great tool we have to strengthen coordination and to create an interinstitutional culture so that we have a smarter state. What are the key factors that have permitted mainstreaming gender? First, as I said, the key issue is that civil society and the women's group get organized, and they have been working systematically to bring in gender and diversity into public topic. And this ended up in political willingness and other also to get into the this kind of management. Secondly, this has permitted the consolidation and coordination between different institutions. These used to work in isolated fashion. Now we've been able to systematize information on the topic. We also worked specifically in a cross-cutting planning. We had to raise awareness, conduct training, and the first place we found that we had to implement these kinds of policies was precisely in the public sector. So equal opportunities in public employment was one of the topics that we tackled first. Now, in talking about social mass mobilization amongst the women's groups, so we identified 5 topics that are common: gender violence, sexual and reproductive rights, and here the most important thing is the law on the voluntary interruption of pregnancy from 2020. Then we have gender gaps in different moments and situations, especially in the labor context. There are wide gaps. And the crystal roof is seen everywhere, including the public sector. Identity rights, gender, and then the care tasks and their roles involved. This becomes very important, and we'll take a look at this further on. And naturally insist in the political desire amongst the public sector in order to change gender policies. And this must be done in all ministries. Thus, the creation of the Women Gender Diversity Ministry in order to have more of a stand in the public sector. But we created a vertical pillar. Without this main pillar, we won't be able to mainstream all the rest. So this ministry did coordinate and push ahead 2 ways to go about this. First of all, we saw the creation of the National Cabinet for mainstreaming gender policies. And the second is the CARE interministerial table. And this was very important in public planning. What are the 2 plans that came about as a result of that great step ahead? The first one is the National Plan of Action Against Gender Violence, and the secondly is the one on equality in diversity. Both acquired commitments amongst different agencies. This is a state action map, and this has to do with the basic follow-up strategy. And in having this map, we were able to better organize the follow-up of all of these actions. We label the actions according to the impact that they could have. We have two gender and another transparency action plan. So the actions are labeled. We also worked in depth, bringing good results in budget for gender perspective. We labeled all of the programs under the national public sector and identified those that were geared towards closing gender gaps and providing right equality. The 2021 budget identified 55 policies of 22 organizations and 14 ministries with a total amount of 15.2% of GDP, that is 3.4%. So there was a strong decision to fund more the budget items that had to do with narrowing down gender gaps and equality. Another system of information was also set up. In the past, each province had its own registry, but we were able to have an integrated system of gender violence cases. We now know that there are 140,000 persons that have suffered from gender violence in my country. We were able then to implement a concrete policy for cash transfer, and we have been able to follow up for 6 months these persons are handing out a minimum wage for these 6 months to these women that are unemployed. We have therefore allowed for this 6 month cash payment and simultaneously with the training according to each situation so as that this person may eventually become independent and not have to suffer gender violence. And actually, this is all accompanied by psychological and legal assistance. What about the technical political tools? We have to teach other civil servants and other authorities from the public sector on how to work, having in mind planning. So there is a manual on planning and follow-up of public policy management, and this was prepared in 22. It was built based on dialogue with everyone that had to do with the planning and the institutional strengthening. This is found in each of the centralized institutes. Thus, we were able to think of the different dimensions involved to work on the planning, having in mind the structural power relations, having in mind the lack of equality and access to rights, stereotypes, intersectional nature, and non-binary perspective, always having in mind the planning. But this in the past could only be done with new action. And now we can transform it into this new style of management. This was based on two laws. I'm talking about the Micaela law, that is a mandatory gender training for all persons that become part of any of the three branches of the state. And this is a mandatory as of Micaela's murder. And the other one is the law on comprehensive sexual education. This has also been with us before our administration, and this is offered as a mandatory education at primary and secondary levels. Public employment. We've worked with the protocols and licensees in dealing with labor violence at national and provincial level. We have also monitored gender gaps to identify where the crystal roof is found. We've also set up a travesti trans labor slot in the national public sector, and that involves 1% of the staff. And naturally, these are people with specific income conditions because often the educational levels that they have are not enough to become a civil servants. But since we're talking about groups that have been hurt in the past because of their situation, we're now creating these quotas for the travestite trans group. And this is something that we are making headway on. If you grant me an additional minute, Chair, I would like to show you what's been happening with the gender gap in government. We have data as of 2009. We can clearly notice the structural situation from the starting point. We can also see the improvement, notwithstanding different government administrations and different kinds of situations. These are structural phenomena that are difficult to change. The civil staff in my country is divided between men and women in equal shares. Without counting the upper echelons in public state management, half is taken up by women. And if we were to take a look at the education levels, the better trained university staff is found amongst women. But when we look at what happens in higher posts, there we find a gender gap, but that is really incipient. We just started looking at the lower levels, but even though the trend is to narrow this gap to see it narrowed in between these 3 years, it is still higher as we go up in the hierarchy. And here we have data that are pretty interesting on the higher posts that are not political, but higher management. And indeed, we have seen progress, but we still have gaps of about 10 points at all levels, from the first one that has to do with coordination until the highest one that is the national management system. Now, if we talk about political authorities, which are the higher levels, ministers, secretaries of state, and undersecretaries of state and equivalents, even though the trend is favorable, especially during the last few years, and especially also amongst ministers, secretaries, and undersecretaries at the level of secretaries. But amongst ministers with greater responsibilities, the gap is still pretty high.
It's true that cabinets have small numbers. We're speaking about 15, 17 positions, but I'm totally convinced, and I celebrate the decision of the Chilean government. If you don't take this strong decision of having equal cabinet, I mean, number of men and women, it's going to be difficult if you don't adopt a strong decision in that. And then conclude with the emergency measures that have a gender perspective. We are proud to be one of the countries that has had adopted the largest amount of political gender perspective policies in order to address this health emergency. We allocated 5 points of GDP in policies to close the gender gaps. There were direct cash transfers to heads of households. It included 9 million people, and more than half of them were women. But in addition to that, other measures like the food card and food supplement were implemented, and they were allocated to women. 95.5% of of the persons of those cards are women. Those are mothers with children below 14 years of age. And so most of the ones of the credit beneficiary or the card beneficiaries are women. We know it's women that are in charge of the children, and that is why cash transfers and these cards are sent to them. And all the policies that were implemented to promote tourism or to support the activities of all and tourism entrepreneurships that had stopped during the pandemic, or also culture activities. Most of them, the beneficiaries are the women. So fortunately, we did have, or we had taken the decision from day one, and we had already planned, and it wasn't a surprise during the pandemic. We had the planning in all those areas. We need to think about the learnings or lessons to be taken. I think we can have fast, effective impacts for serious problems like gender gap and discrimination. And we can be like an access that allows to mainstream one or two perspectives. Also, it could be environmental transparency plus gender. But already to have an important knowledge, technical and theoretical know-how on how to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Ana Gabriela. And the set of tools for mainstreaming, it's very interesting, the map of state action, planning, monitoring, the budget with the gender perspective, the guide of public policies with gender and diversity perspective. I think very interesting that your government had built it and that it's already being implemented. And then finally, we have Tatiana Hernandez. Last but not least, Tatiana Hernandez, please go ahead. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I also brought a presentation. You need to wait. This is magic, I thought. We've been in government for 10 months, a government that, as I will show, is it's said to be a feminist government. 10 months after having set this giant task before us. But yes, here we are. And we are because we have an institutional architecture that is more than 20 years old. The state of Chile, and as I will show in the presentation, it involves gender perspective, gender perspective in ministries. It is also about advisors on gender, persons who are experts in public policies, experts in gender. For example, the advisor to the Ministry of Education is a teacher who is an expert or a specialist in gender equality matters. And it's not a new figure, but what's new is that we act networking. Apparently, there's no presentation. There it is. Yes. And that is why I speak of special, unique elements in gender mainstreaming. I was in also during President Bachelet's government. First, we need to acknowledge what was done then. It's difficult to recognize advances in gender equality in the past administration because I had, as head of policies on equality, I had to evaluate the PMG of gender that public services committed to, and they were very small commitments as compared to what we could have done within the pandemic context. The government plan of President Boric has 4 perspectives seeking social justice and deconcentration of power. First, you have feminism, fair ecological transition, decentralization, and guarantee of decent work. This plan is crossed by 4 perspectives and concentrates its action in 3 main tasks. First, face consequences of the health emergency and recover the economy. That's number 1. We have a plan for that based on economic security to move towards a society that will put in the center life sustainability, the care and well-being of persons and communities, promote democracy, and promote a process of change. When we speak of feminism in the state, what is it that we mean? Gender equality in the state is a key tool in order to achieve the implementation of the necessary transformations allowing to address problems that affect women and improve the living conditions in political, economic, and social cultural areas. It's not possible to ignore the way in which inequalities affect diversity of women's, diversities of sex in all the territory. Therefore, we seek to promote immediate actions for society to progress without leaving anyone behind. But what does it mean for us, a feminist government? That differentiated needs of all the population to be in the front line and be taken into consideration in all decisions of the state. The Minister of Women and Affairs is in political committee. It's the first time that a government has a Minister of Gender Affairs in the political committee of the government, considering state issues. And that also has points against, because sometimes to be there, sometimes we don't have her with us so much time in our subjects. She is very much into the political agenda issues, where she, of course, includes the themes of women and sexogeneric diversities. But she's not 100% with our agenda in our issues. That we govern to eradicate structural violence against women and is seeking to repair the damage historically suffered by women, that in order to promote justice and social equity. We have met with 60 organizations of sex diversity and to see what actions, what policies there were in the institutions and what we needed to implement in order for them to exercise their rights. Today, that is going to be part of the work we do as Ministry of Women Affairs, that also the Secretariat of Human Rights does. And as we follow up on the commitments, gender commitments, ministerial gender commitments, we will also follow up all the commitments that were adopted in this LGBTQ plus. protection and life sustainability are the main axes for social development that we propose for the country. All the big meetings we've had. But today the president has asked us to concentrate in a national strategy for economic autonomy of women. It is a political definition to see all the programs, all the government initiatives for employment, for entrepreneurship of women, and to place or to underscore something that we are not implementing, but it has to do with those feminist economist colleagues saying that work is more than paid work. Work is unpaid work, care work, reproductive work, and there we are considering all the vacuums, complementarities also that may exist, and improving public policy on that. We are moved by an ethics of care. We consider ourselves as vulnerable individuals, however independent, but with all the forms of life on the planet. The feminist government also is related to the good living principles. And for us, it's very important, the good life or good living plan promoted by President Boric. It's new type of relations we have with the Mapuche communities, Walmapu communities, and in what we do, we are with raising with women, or we are identifying with women of all the territories, their needs on different issues, for example, investments, housing, water. It's awful what happens with water in the territory in view of a complex economic model. And because of ecological transformation, we have something to say there as a feminist government, that we govern to build a society where work of care are recognized by their value and assumed in co-responsibility between men and women, and in the homes and state and the community. We are going to have a committee of ministers within the national system of care. Today, the Ministry of Housing is building, designing what community spaces of care will be. 190 will be built this year, and we have designed 40 already. And we are designing a model of management for those community care centers. We govern from a feminism that favors every person. We see the oppressions and that sometimes are invisible. And we see women that are in the context and that, for example, are in very unique, irregular conditions, for example, migrant women. And the concern we have on that.
Estamos levantando, donde llegamos a mejorar los albergues que hay en el norte. A mí me tocó viajar, ser parte con UNFPA de una... estamos súper agradecidas del trabajo que hizo UNFPA en esa oportunidad, una misión para ver cómo estaban las mujeres en los albergues, desde Colchane hasta Lobito, que es el último albergue transitorio, y la verdad era bien deprimente, deplorable, las condiciones en las que estaban las mujeres y sus hijos. Y fuimos mejorando las condiciones, pero tenemos que hacernos cargo del después. A propósito de lo que hablamos.
What will happen afterwards with regards to economic autonomy, and we're viewing extraordinary visas. We're trying to see what to do in that sense. We want the good living for all people. Feminism is our common project, which is transformative, that does not distinguish between political parties, political colors, or trends. In our government, feminism transforms traditional policy and public management in the search for the well-being of all people. And we have the conviction that a new way of using the institutional framework is to recognizing and to form part of historical struggles for equality. And this is translated in the participation of the Ministry of Women in the political committee. And we recognize diversity as a way of governing responsibly. And we're advancing in Chile to respect citizens in all their diversity and considering all their specific needs. And this is the mainstreaming strategy. As I said, this is not a new strategy. We have instruments and also mechanisms in order to mainstream. We have among our instruments, we have the 4th National Plan on Equality between Men and Women, 2018-2030, which is the one that is being presently updated. We found ourselves with a plan that was completely outdated as a result of the health emergency, and that was also outdated in terms of the migration emergency. And therefore, we couldn't view women in there as a whole, and nor did it cater for what was happening with women in social political conflicts. For example, what is presently happening in the south of Chile, what happens in the Mapuche territory. And we are updating that national plan at present. Later on, I will talk a little bit about that. On the other hand, we have the government plan, and together with ministerial gender commitments that we are raising with gender advisors, we established the 2022-2026 gender agenda, which we are producing, something which is not new, something that is already 20 years old, and that was the first agenda commitment established by the Ministry of Finance in 2020, the ministerial gender commitment, and we have gender indicators. In 2022, we committed 160 public services belonging to different ministries, and now we have a commitment by 178 public services of 350 odd measures. We now have 606 gender measures, and with an important scope in terms of advancing towards changing the concrete quality of life of women. As we know that not everything can be included in a gender indicator, as mentioned by Luis, this is also related to economic incentives. We have the gender program, which has the same structure as an indicator. And in the gender program, public services make a greater progress in terms of commitments. And there, evidently, this is closely related to ministerial gender commitments, which is the most important instrument that we have as a government administration. And this has to do with the gender agenda of President Gabriel Boric. And we also have the regional gender agendas. How ministerial gender commitments are expressed that are centralized, how the gender agenda is expressed, which is also centralized, and how that is all expressed within territories in each one of the regions, and is built together with the decentralized public services and likewise with women in their own territories. Each one of these instruments possesses a mechanism for its implementation. We have the Interministerial Committee, which is, today we have 24 ministries in government, and the Interministerial Committee is comprised of 14 ministries. I am strongly surprised by the fact that it's only 14 because all ministries are important. They're all important when it comes to gender equality, but when the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality was established, those that produced the law, they thought that those 14 ministries were the most important ones in terms of having a more economic perspective, and this had, and to have a perspective on gender violence. The minister, in general terms, makes an open invitation and wants all ministries to form part of the interministerial committee. Everyone has a voice there, but not all of them can exert the same type of influence as a result of the law. Now, vis-a-vis ministerial commitments, well, it's primarily the advisors, the gender advisors that coordinate the design, the production of that via the gender working groups that are primarily located in the gender units of each one of the ministries. In other words, each sector has a gender unit, or should have, because it hasn't been easy to establish these gender units as a result of budget constraints. There are people in charge of genders per sector. That does exist. These are not people that are only and exclusively devoted to that, regrettably. And they are the people that are accountable and that are concerned with the gender indicator and the gender program in each one of the services. And we also have the regional gender equality commissions that meet on a monthly level and are comprised by all the public sectors that exist in the region. We also have more technical commissions in place. For example, the Regional Commission on Gender Equality. From there, we derive a Justice Commission that has to do with the access to justice on the part of women. We also have a Labor Commission, and if there is a productive aspect related to fisheries, for example, they deal with those specific aspects, and so on and so forth. As I said, we are presently updating the fourth plan, considering the pandemic, the migration crisis, and also taking into consideration climate change. We held 51 regional meetings involving the participation of 1,451 women, very diverse women. It's important to highlight that when we produced the national plan, which was during the second Bachelet administration, around 14,000 women participated throughout Chile. And the logic was to build to create just policies. And UN Women was also involved from the very onset of the plan, and that involved women from the very beginning. But also, in terms of rescuing those collective voices, as I said, there are some important aspects that we're holding, for example, focus groups with rural women. We already held the focus group with rural women and also with migrant women, with native peoples women, and also LGBTIQA plus representatives. And this was a very important milestone because they were organized as a result of the Rural Women's Organization. Already had a political, a historical agenda. For the first time, that agenda became part of the national plan for the equality of men and women. And this was tremendously important for them. And with regards to other things that were not included in the plan, well, that will be included in the gender indicators and ministerial commitments or in the gender program. They will all be included there. Those are the characteristics of the national plan. I'll skip over that very quickly. I was going to say that one of the most important instruments, and which is led primarily by gender advisors, is the ministerial gender commitments. I believe that what is most important here, and what has to be mentioned here, is the seal that has for this administration. There are two types of commitments. One that are cross-cutting commitments that all ministries have to comply with. For example, that all information and complaints officers should be trained in violence issues. In other words, if a woman turns up to seek help, that they know how to do containment, how to derive that case, and so on. That they all have gender units, that they provide permanent training when it comes to gender equality, that they have protocols for labor and sexual harassment and that they update those protocols. I'm just mentioning some of the cross-cutting commitments that are mandatory for this administration, that they meet with the 3262 regulation that you're probably aware of, all these mechanisms that we have raised together with other countries, and that are the gender equality instruments for organizations, the equality seals. And we also have the sectorial gender commitments that are those which are that each ministry is committed to, the Ministry of Housing, Transport, and so on. But what is the seal that we have given to that? Well, that they must have at least one of their commitments must be intersectional. Could be more than one, and that is what we're trying to achieve. That at least one must be intersectorial, and at least one has to be territorial. In other words, to begin to work with the logic of decentralization, to begin to work with the logic of viewing all women, considering all women, with the logic of organizing ourselves and linking up as a state. And with regards to the strategies of economic activity of the national care system and of the national action plan with regards to violence against women, we will necessarily place enormous emphasis on the intersectorial aspect. In other words, we will review those commitments because the processes imply that ministries they produce the commitment, and this with the assistance of the gender equality unit of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality that I'm in charge of. They provide us with their ministerial commitments. We review those ministerial commitments. We analyze that with the Women's Ministry. We suggest changes, and it's highly probable that we will suggest changes as a result of these major strategies that we have as a government, and subsequently we negotiate ministerial commitments once again with the sector, and finally the minister of the sector sends an official document to our ministry, to our minister, with the commitments that have already been approved and so on. Another strategy, or an additional important instrument that we have for the mainstreaming strategy, is the national plan in terms of violence against women. And among the most important things that I would like to highlight is how we, in conceptual terms, move away, how we have moved away from certain aspects. We began with intra-family violence, we have moved on to violence against women, and now we want to move or progress towards gender violence. This is a plan that we want to be decentralized and deconcentrated. It's a plan that will involve different committees in order to operate. A technical committee, a national technical committee, which includes the various stakeholders, the police, the Ministry of the Interior. We are trying the Public Prosecutor's Office to get on board, and likewise other ministries. The Ministry of Health is there, the Ministry of Education is there. And the idea is for there to be a regional committee in place, and likewise local committees.
So that we may see how the plan is working at local level, regional level, and national. There's also a strategic committee for the plan, and that is seen by the Committee of Ministers. Among the strategic lines of the plan, which were study, information, access to justice, and awareness building, we added the promotion of the right to a life free of violence, also reparation and protection. But the thing is how important it is to promote the right to a life without violence. Under this government, we were able to resume the review of strategic matters in all public services, A1 and H, health cards, where the services put up their missions and the strategic outputs of each one. And we took a look to see if gender was included there or not. And if they didn't, they had to include it. We've got that far and we're very glad. And all of this in partnership with the Ministry of Finance. So when the pocket is there, it's no longer just the Ministry for Women, but also Minister Marcel with his Treasury. And have the National Economic Superintendency and the Chile Plan for everyone, which has to do with the most important things that exist at level of ministerial policies that specifically favor women and help make visible what we are doing as a state to change the life of women. And why did we do this? We did it because we were terrified to see two things. First, to see that women did not recognize in the institutionality anything that were relevant to their lives. And we saw that with the surveys that we did when we were going through the exit referendum for the constitutional change. Surveys indicated that an important or a significant percentage of women place no value or gave no value to the Constitution or what might be in the Constitution that could change their lives. This for us is a line of warning. You say, what value is being assigned by women to these institutional changes and the Constitution? So we would like to bring the political agenda or through the political agenda, we would like to bring these changes closer to women, for them to change women's perception, basically, of the state. That gender equality is essential to democracy, and that democracy for women is essential in their lives. That is the Chile for all. And on the other hand, we have something that is new for us, which is the fund for gender mainstream. And that you could say that this is an institutional involution, considering that we would like all ministries to have committed from their budget part for gender, and not that they should, that we should be given a fund and that we may distribute it, and not for the ministries to apply for the fund. But nevertheless, it does create an opportunity that is not to be disdained, and that we're seen as an opportunity. And that this has to do with taking the initiatives related to the major strategies, violence, care, economic autonomy of women. Well, the gender indicator, I'm going to move ahead a bit more quickly. That was basically what I had to say. The role of advisors. As I said, the gender advisors are nothing new, but what is new is that we're acting as a network, coordinating the work that they do at all ministries. These are people that are of the trust of each minister. Because speaking of the political violence, exerted by political players. And these political players imply the mass media. So also the powerful network of the Minister for Women and Gender Equity, and they have inhibited the work done by the gender advisors. Many of the advisors were frightened by this because they said we're going to lose the trust of the minister because they think that we're here and that we follow what Minister Orellana says and not the ministers who hide us. And so we had to do a lot of work to reintegrate the figure of these gender advisors at ministerial level and to legitimize what they were doing. Basically, they support the Interministerial Committee for Gender Equality, gender equity and rights, and they coordinate the implementation of this, and they also guide the ministry for the inclusion of gender equality in their policies, plans, and programs according to the gender agenda and the committee decisions. Being part of the presiding officers at each ministry, they advise the ministry regarding the inclusion of gender equality in their policies. And they advise and they convey the commitments taken on by the ministry put into these areas, which are the ministerial offices in each sector. And they also they affect the legislative agenda in this sector related to gender equality. This month we're having training, I hope, on how to include in the regulation of gender equality. But they affect the communications by each sector, every campaign done by the ministry. They must make sure that they should not contribute to strengthen stereotypes, but rather transform them. And also, they are members of the ministerial gender panel, and they advise in terms of policies in the sector and coordinate the various public-private entities sectorally and intersectorally as well. And so here, since we work in a network, we work in a sort of community of practice. We communicate what we do. We support each other a lot in saying how we do what we're doing. And we've asked several questions. In the political sphere, we've asked, what does this imply for the state intentionality to have a feminist government? And in something as basic as setting up common sense, in state feminism, how do you address gender injustice institutionally to set up the capacities? Because there is no capacity to look to have this framework of common sense, we can hardly transform the budgets, political resources for feminist action at state level, and then also have a state with conditions for transformation. Because the state, unfortunately, is patriarchal, is racist, and we must patriarchalize it. And also they ask us about management. And speaking of strengthening the autonomy and legitimacy of these gender advisors, they also ask us about the architecture and resources for feminist action at state level. And as I said, this is necessarily political question, women's perception of gender in their daily lives. That is the question in terms of the quality of democracy, how we see how gender equality contributes to the quality of democracy. That is it. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Tatiana, por tu...
Thank you very much, Tatiana, for that excellent presentation. And now we're going to move on to a few short questions, if there were any, before coffee. If anyone would like to share a comment. No, everyone wants coffee. Right. And so Well, thank you, all three, for your participation. We will end this here. And let's go and take that coffee.
Agradezco que busquen sus asientos porque vamos a comenzar el último segmento de la tarde, que es la presentación del libro Patrones.
Very well. We will now go into the next topic. This is an event that is being led by the Mexican office. And Maria Castro is also going to be in charge of this session. This is the presentation of a book that has had a great impact in the region. In all countries, it has been very well received. It's a great contribution. We're taking advantage of ILCA's 60th anniversary, and we wanted to launch this year because we believe that it's a very positive contribution for the region. So please, you have the floor for the presentation of this book. Thank you, Cielo. I do know that this is what stands between now and the cocktail. So I am sure that you will want me to be brief. And indeed I will. We will hold a conversation on this. This is the type of work that we also conduct in ECLAC, and I'd like to thank Minister Alexander and all the moderators for the day. This is a structural analysis on the transformation process of Central American economies. This has the ECLAC's perspective. We look at a historical perspective. And the word structure is really ECLAC's stamp. Castellane this morning and Alexander also talked about the importance of looking back. And the colleague from Honduras wondered, how can you rule when you don't have data? Evidence is extremely important. Knowledge is important. Therefore, this is an attempt involving a very complex region. I will talk about the methodology, first of all, and then Maria Castro, the Deputy Director of ECLAC in Mexico, will be also comparing different countries. We both worked at the Planning Secretariat, by the way, and then we worked at the Finance Ministry as well. Many of these topics are close to us. I am a civil servant and I worked in planning and in finance, and there we met. But years later, I became Minister of Secretary of State. But this has to do with a state that can build a future. This is something very satisfying to be here with the persons who are concerned with the future of our countries and what to do about it. As the Mayas say in my country, I come from Guatemala and we have a strong Mayan influence. One can see into the future in as much as we can look back. The simultaneous nature of looking back where we came from in order to help us to move forward.
Déjeme que vaya. Aquí estoy. Wow. Aquí estoy. Bueno, el esquema metodológico del libro.
Methodological. Well, let me first talk about the focus. It feeds on Central American tradition. as I mentioned, Thomas, a political economist of Central America, and Rosenthal and Isaac Cohen on the 80s Central American crisis, and the great Central American sociologist Edberto Torres Rivas wrote on this. And here I'd like to thank Ricardo Bielchowski from the staff of ECLAC for many years. Usually when we make a regional cooperative focus, we look at a variable and we see its behavior in different countries. Then we can see per capita GDP and we compare countries. This comparative historical focus tries to use history as embedded in the specificity of each country. At ECLAC, we have conducted similar studies on 2 decades, and this expands the time period. It goes from 1950 to 2018. It builds databases for all countries, and that took 6 months, and this is a public good. All of these databases, different sectors of different economies of these countries are open to the public. We are coordinators of the book, yes, but we have tried to give voice to Central American researchers, but we didn't find enough lady researchers, and there we have something pending, and a voice of alert in that many countries we see the same is happening. It's very important to train historian, economists, women that may have this kind of interest. This reflection was done in the bicentennial anniversary, but we must say bitterly that there was no deep reflection in the region on that landmark. Let us take a look at the content. Analytical backgrounds. We have 3 keys of thought involved, and then I'll talk about methodology. Analytical background. Latin American structuralism, one of the schools of thought from the South that has greatly influenced the thinking and development and the profession of economy as well. And we also have the new structuralism from ECLAC. Here I have a summary of the main messages. Each decade had a message for that period. We, in the 50s, talked about industrialization as led by the state. There, Latin American development was to be reached through industrialization to narrow the gaps. On hindsight, we have what was called the industrial policies. And then we started noticing that there were countries where the services became more dynamic. And now the services indeed do have greater weight. We know that what was happening with agriculture was problematic. We then looked at the 60s. There we started thinking about structural reforms that would face some of the greatest challenges in the region, which is inequality through agrarian reform, through redistribution. The idea was to close this gap through redistributive policies. In the 70s, we went towards more inclusive development styles, having to do with international insertion, added value, and we started also adding the environment to the discussion. Greater concern towards integration. And in the 80s, we had the debt crisis, as we call the first lost decade. And right now in this home, we are talking about the current lost decade because we have an average growth for one decade that is lower than that of the last decade, the lost decade of the 80s. In the 80s, we also had an intense in domestic armed conflict. And even the countries that were not at war, and Maria talked about this, by the way, was involved.
And then the neo-structuralist period is like an interpretation of a structuralism, but regarding the neoliberalism in encroachments in Latin America, the debt renegotiation and the crisis of the 80s set the basis of currencies to pay for the debt, and that brought about a structural reorientation of towards exports for generating currencies, and there the productive transformation for equity of the Rosenthal, and we with Alicia Bárcena took, which was equality and productive transformation, but that was in the 90s. Then the first decade of the 21st century, there you could speak with greater openness of international insertion for Latin America, the impact of the type of insertion, the impact on equality or inequality, and also the possibility that in that intense globalization phase, Latin America to be competitive with reduction of inequality, to be a special insertion in the globe. And in 2009, with Alicia Bárcena here, placing equality in the center, and how to address this from a productive structure for reducing inequality and put an end to the culture of privilege. I would say that the session in Cuba, we discussed intensely the legacy of the culture of privilege and the political economy and the impacts on inequality in Latin America. Key ideas that we handled in this book, 3 pillars that were productive specialization and patterns for international insertion or incorporation. One of the key ideas is how the growth process requires simultaneous investments. Much was said about the demands of different sectors, but of course that clashes against the very little capacity of public savings, as Minister said today, and business capacities. We haven't discussed much today as how the business capacity building calls for states in full operation. A state that doesn't work is also a problem for creating markets or business capacity, and that has been a key concern in ECLAG. The specialization in primary goods and the low productive diversity, that was one of the first ideas of the structuralists in Latin America. Specialization in primary goods generated problems of balance of payments, that of course it was ever more difficult to access technology, and primary goods were worth less. And therefore, the need for productive diversity with greater technological content emerged. In the neo-structuralism, there was a concern of chains, blockchains. It's not enough to have an exporting sector where numbers are great, but it's not chained to the rest of the sectors of economy. Somewhat the experience we lived in Central America, a dynamic sector generating exports, but it doesn't have links to the rest of the economy, and that, of course, or chains. And with that, you have very few dynamic sectors, and therefore leads to structural heterogeneity. And a second component is how inequality originates in a structural heterogeneity, coined in this sentence. Not only from the social, you can take care of the social. Obviously, you need to consider productive heterogeneity, economic structure, generating abundant labor, and broad sectors of informality with low salaries, low productivity. And we cannot separate inequality from the issues of productive structure. In neo-structuralism, we are concerned especially about the link between a poor productive structure with low productivity and the connection with tax issues and the state. Also, how to connect growth with productivity, but at the same time with a tax structure in accordance with productive transformation long-term to generate economic development. A third pillar is institutions, agents, and technical progress. Neo-structuralism has said that the agents for capital accumulation and technical progress, that is extremely important. That was the result of many studies, and we can see that there is little move towards investment and technical progress. These economies are small, tending to fight with the elimination, concentration of the economic power in key sectors that has been raised by ECLAC, and how the development state has to deal with the complex political economy where you have players that prefer the short-term income and are not necessarily investing in long-term technical progress. Those are the three elements, I would say, that we started to discuss with the Central American authors. And there were different weights, different cases that we will see further ahead. But what was in common is that from the origin of ECLAC, we tried to look for common elements in order to make regional comparisons. But very frequently, we didn't go into the details of each country. Of course, the institutional historical trajectory is of great importance. And to renew this analysis, it was important to understand differences between development patterns and the countries. We are a region, Central America, but there are important differences in the institutional trajectories and histories of each country. You can see it in Nicaragua and Costa Rica, but also in the case of Panama. And each country benefits from being placed in common elements of Latin America. But of course, this approach allows to see differences in the patterns and see what has worked in each one of the countries. I'll go a bit faster. Definitions, important to have them clear. The definition of economic development, growth with structural transformation. It's not growing with the same economic structure and of productivity, but it is a growth with transformation that will result in an increase of labor productivity. The development pattern is a specific combination for each country to see the pace and characteristics of the evolution of these three variables that we examined. which is GDP evolution, investment, and labor productivity, how these three elements behaved in different historical stages. And we found a similarity in countries, and some things that not always the evolution of GDP and investment were hand in hand or progressed at the same pace. And full development, economic development, which is different, full-fledged development that has to do with the well-being of or human rights, but via economic development, distribution, improvements, social protection, and environmental. These are the approaches, and this is the simple scheme of the analysis we did for each country. Let me see, this is a bit how the variation in GDP and investment are related, and there are changes in the productive structure, occupational, and technical progress of each sector. This part of changes, alterations in the productive and occupational structures usually is not like that of variation of GDP and investment. Investment has been studied significantly in ECLA, but I would say productive and occupational structure are key. Those changes in Panama, for example, participation of agriculture and of industry, historically in Panama has been much lower than its peers. And that is because the Panamanian development model has to do with that. Because there were ideas of how the development style of each country has to do with the territorial subject. In Panama, for example, it has been omitted given the centrality of the Panama Canal, and the historians have called the transient model of development. We've found a common periodicity in the 6 countries. Between the 50s and 70s, it was a rapid growth with a hybrid model of industrialization due to import substitution and with income concentration. And then in the 80s, that was marked by a war in many countries, but also a stage of low growth and an adjustment of development model. And from 1990 to 2018, this is a stage of moderate growth, and in my view, of exhaustion of the neoliberal model with a high income concentration. And now we are in a change of epoch, even for Central America, where it's uncertain of how the model is going to be from now on. But of this periodicity or this same time occurrence, there is a periodicity in the region. This is the complete analytical scheme, and we, for example, the triad of GDP, investment, alterations or changes in productive structure and labor productivity as a basis for comparison. And here, there's a pattern of economic development for one country, some are quite traditional, like that of staffing and productive resources, dynamicity of the internal market, or export-led. It's the impetus of export-led in many development models of many countries of the region. The most open region of is Latin America, with a tremendous emphasis on foreign trade. Yes, but I think that we haven't thought significantly about geopolitical external influences. And here we have to think about the role of the US in the sub-region. something we didn't foresee, but some authors called it like the pins of, or that the US there is felt closer and more influential in Central America than here in Chile or in the South. And of course, the makeup of the major economic agents of the country, the role of the elites, of the business groups, their a trend towards short-term gains versus a long-term development pattern, the link between business and politics, and in the Central American case, all that is internal peace, citizen security, the role of these two in the economic growth prospects. And so, although the evolution of equality, social protection are central and are a determining factor, and the ever more the climate change and disasters, because it's a region very much impacted by climate change. And in the end, the acid test is social well-being or the human rights enforcement as something to be achieved. And this corresponds to a concept of social development state. Here, the central player or the emphasis is placed in the state, in its capacities, and this idea of how market, state, and society interact for development. And the conclusion, without a functioning state, it's very difficult to have functional markets. Markets do not work or do not operate as national institutions unless you need the regulatory public capacity, and that is an aspirational full employment with macroeconomic stability, rising salaries and productivity.
And in many cases, the increases in productivity did not accompany an increase in salaries. And that is especially the case for women, but it's also a generalized situation. And likewise, the need for a counterweight in terms of labor organizations, a counterweight to capital, and of course, with a perspective of access to public goods and services financed by progressive taxation, universal coverage of social welfare, and to change the regime of social welfare to a universalist type of format and not based on formal employment as we have worked here in ECLAC, and the incorporation of technologies and environmental sustainability. This is the analytical scheme, and Maria will speak about the comparison between countries. And of course, we have the whole book available. It is more than 400 pages long with a detailed study of each country. This was worked, of course, with the universities in those countries, and we present that in the case of each country. And the idea is to discuss in greater depth some of the studies in each country. Maria. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone, rather.
Ya mencionó.
Hugo has already mentioned what was the motivation for this research, and I will present the last chapter of this book. I would like to mention that the book includes 8 chapters, one per country from Guatemala and down to Panama, and one that we also produced, which has to do with the Central American integration, because it was necessary to also tell the story of the Central American integration, because it was within the framework of integration that we implemented the industrialization model to substitute imports. And therefore, there is a chapter on the history of integration and the major challenges now faced following the implementation of the open model and of the model based on exports. And the last chapter that we coordinated with the inputs of one of the authors, Hugo, our research, Hugo, Ricardo, and myself, which is the chapter that I will be presenting to you. And we could say that this is the one that summarizes, so to speak, the whole book. And this was one of the objectives of this publication, of this research. And the idea is to talk about the similarities and differences in the economic evolution of the 6 Central American countries. We first of all tried to answer a question, well, how can we divide countries? And our idea there was to choose indicative criteria, enabling us to divide countries based on their similarities and differences. And there we found a pattern that enabled us to group these countries, and finally to talk about the different groups of countries. Indeed, the image of the book has to do with those groups of countries based on their similarities, and then some final comments that summarize the lessons of the past with regards to something that comes to mind as a result of the environment in which we find ourselves. This reflection around the strengths of planning entities during the 50s, which was one of the explanations in order to lead the process of industrialization policies that was led by states via a group of technocrats in the planning ministries, and who were able to have a long-term perspective in terms of how to implement, design and implement, and follow up these industrialization policies, and then some ideas about the role of integration, and also some ideas about how we should transform or redesign development models in Central America. The 6 case studies, well, first of all, as mentioned by Hugo, we looked for Central American consultants. It was obviously difficult. We were unable to find women, first of all, because we wanted economists that shouldn't just account for the history of growth, or economists that were merely macroeconomists, but rather economists with the sensitivity and in-depth knowledge of the political economy of their countries. And therefore we found that, well, some of them were very positive discoveries. They had profound knowledge of the realities of their own countries. In Guatemala, we chose Alberto José Fuentes. He's not a macroeconomist, but rather a specialist on the analysis of the labor market and of productivity. And he works at the University of Atlanta. He's one of the youngest, but he was also one of the revelations of this publication, because he discussed in greater depth the political economy aspect of the development of Guatemala. He characterized the development of Guatemala as one of hierarchical capitalism, and analyzed the origins and economic and structural consequences of this hierarchical capitalism. In El Salvador, we chose Oscar Melgar, who was president of the El Salvador Central Bank and a public official at the central bank. Today, he is in charge of a foundation. And he identifies as he characterizes the development pattern of El Salvador as a low-growth development with inequality gaps and lack of national consensus. This is a country that has less benefited from the growth rates at a global level, and the one that has been most hardly impacted whenever a recession occurs. In Honduras, we found 2 authors. One is Hugo Noé Pino. Well, he was Minister of Finance. He was president of the central bank. At present, he is a deputy of the present government and vice president of the Congress. And this other economist, who is Wilfredo Diaz, who produced the Honduras document, and they identify Honduras as a model or as a concessionaire state in Nicaragua, we found Arturo Gillespie. He is a professor in a U.S. University, but with a lot of knowledge about Nicaragua, and he identifies the Nicaraguan model as one of economic, social, and political instability. Nicaragua has been one of the countries with the most accelerated growth rates in terms of the GDP, but also most highly impacted as a result of economic recessions. Costa Rica, well, Jose Manuel Salazar, he is our executive secretary. When we hired these studies, we didn't know that he was going to be a candidate, and nor did we know that he was going to become executive secretary. And he has mentioned that this research helped him because he was regional director of the ILO. And that meant that he could come closer to Costa Rica and to the sub-region. And then Panama, it was also, we were truly very fortunate to find Guillermo. He is the only one that is not an economist in the group, but he has a lot of in-depth knowledge about history. He has specialized in history and environmental issues and in the political economics of Panama. The chapter that I like most is one of Panama. I learned a lot from the history of Panama, and not only of what one already knows, but that connected to political economics, to the history of the Panama Canal, and to the identification of this model that we call a transitional development model. And this is something that has prevented Panama from diversifying its productive structure. And we identified the origin of the recent social unrest in Panama. And the indicative criteria that we found were these four, and we have grouped countries who are based on their rates of growth, on the phases of growth, and the duration of the 1980 crisis, the progress that have been made in the diversification and complexity of the productive structure, and the performance in terms of income per inhabitant. These are the three criteria that summarize the methodological framework presented today, and that guided our whole research project. With regard to the expansion of the GDP, we were able to identify three groups of countries that had a growth of their quite a high growth of their GDP, and that we have called them dynamic, where we find Panama and Costa Rica, those that had an intermediate growth, and those that had a modest rate of growth. Among those with intermediate growth, we find Guatemala, Honduras, Guatemala and Honduras, and those that had a lower rate of growth, well, those are represented by El Salvador and Nicaragua. The history of the labor history is of labor productivity, similar to the growth of the GDP. As mentioned by Hugo, we were surprised we were surprised to ask ourselves why, and rather than answering that question, this is a question that came to the fore because indeed the GDP history often accompanied with the formation of gross capital and labor productivity. But for the six countries, we find this they're all in tune with the productivity of the expansion of the GDP and the expansion of the labor productivity, but not so much so with fixed capital. And therefore, we were able to zoom in and find the reasons why that doesn't take place in all countries. But we have certain hypotheses. For example, in the case of countries that have been hardest hit by natural disasters, these natural disasters have destroyed capital, and the investment has not been sufficient in order to recover from the effects of these natural disasters. But that is also linked to productivity, to the type of capital or to the type of capital formation that the private or the public sector are investing in, and the capacity that the elites have in our countries, which is something I will also refer to, and that is very specific to groups of countries the capability that these elites have in terms of being innovating and of taking risks. The second indicative criteria were the phases of growth and duration of the crisis. And here, the similarities, well, this is something that Hugo has already referred to. The similarities are that all countries in Latin America in general terms have the same periods to be analyzed. So first of all, the implementation of industrialization as a result of the substitution of imports, which in Central America was far more relevant because it, as from the 50s, that was established, led by the ideas of Raúl Prebisch, but implemented by Victor Urquidi, who was one of the first directors of ECLAC in Mexico and highly committed with the region. They were the ones that created ODECA, first of all, which is the grandfather of the Central American Common Market. So in Central America, this was far more relevant because what happened was an integration that to date there are institutions that are still in place and that are quite solid.
But that is general to the whole of Latin America. The second period of the economic contraction, which is what differentiates country, are the durations of the decade of the 80s, and then the entire implementation of the neoliberal model with the structural adjustment policies after the crisis. Differences are something new, and that we were able to identify based on this research, and that not much relevance is given to in other studies. The first thing is that there are countries less punished, more punished, and mediumly punished by the crisis of the 80s. And why do we emphasize this difference? In the 80s, it is when the patterns of development among countries begin to diverge, especially Costa Rica and Panama. And for example, the less punished countries were Costa Rica and Honduras. And so we say, well, why? And it was on account of the intervention, in a way positively, of the US. Let us not forget that in this stage of the 80s, there were already processes of civil conflicts in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. And Honduras and Costa Rica were used by the US to maintain their stability in the region and prevent these revolutions from spreading in the sub-region. In fact, Honduras still in Pomarola has a US military outpost. And in both countries, what we identified, even in the case of Costa Rica, is that the support in terms of donations by EG at the time doubled for FDI. And so that's how strong cooperation by the US was with these two countries so that they may quickly get out of the crisis, and that the crisis should not create greater social pressure at the time to avoid the spreading of the conflict. These most punished were Nicaragua and El Salvador, respectively, with 16 and 11 years of recession, respectively. And Nicaragua, for example, despite having, and we will see this later, very high rates of growth, never recovered from the period of recession so extended during the 80s, and then also on account of the war, the counter-revolutionary war. And Paraguay and Guatemala, the crisis was medium. It lasted 6 to 7 years in Panama, mainly on account of the canal and intervention by the US, and in Guatemala, a combination of elements that explain why Guatemala was not impacted so harshly by the crisis, and then degrees of productive development among the economies, and we divided there which were the patterns between those that grew dynamically and the economies that had intermediate to modest developments. Those grew a lot. Costa Rica and Panama, we found differences among these. Costa Rica with a fairly high level of diversification and a complexity of the productive system also quite high, whereas Panama highly specialized in services stemming from this transitionist model of development. And this was needed in order to sustain the model mainly based on financial services. And on the side of intermediate to modest economies like Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and two groups of countries. One, characterized by productive structures that are diversified horizontally, but also very little complexity from the economy. With the exporting model, what these three countries do is what we identified is that the array of products that could be exported is extended, but without any additional added value. And that is what kept them vulnerable to external shocks. So little capacity for innovation, little economic complexity, and that is what characterized this group of countries. Whereas Nicaragua had both disadvantages, low level of diversification and low complexity of the productive structure. And social counterparts, once again, dynamic countries are those that converge to GDP per capita of the USA, Costa Rica, and Panama, and the others suffered a drop in their income in comparison to the US. And in social terms also, the differentiation is well recognized between Costa Rica on the one hand, Panama with some indicators more similar to Costa Rica than the rest of the countries, and then the rest of the countries in terms of poverty, expenditure per social capital, inequality. And in our chapter, we call attention to Costa Rica, increasing inequality that was seen even before the pandemic, because this is of concern, difficulties in terms of reaching agreements. Recently, there have been difficulties in Costa Rica in terms of renewing the social compact, which is well known and famous. And then I would merely like to mention specificities by groups of countries and mainly the political characteristics. In Costa Rica, for example, the economic policy from the 50s and 70s stemmed from the negotiation between various social actors who are in the 50s and 60s. This is the basis where the Costa Rican welfare state began. And the army came in, and there was the Tico welfare state, and then responses in the 80s. During the 80s crisis to the tensions of the crisis were led by the state, relatively autonomous and representative, of whom the economic elites. In Costa Rica, there was no perverse symbiosis as we see in the rest of the region between economic power and the political power. And that is why those who led is this autonomous state of these two interests, and the results are clear to see. And the other thing, as I mentioned, the USA protected the Costa Rican economy during the financial crisis. On the side of Panama, while the USA is a key player in terms of their development style, and something that characterizes the development pattern of Panama is the concentration of the political power, contrary to Costa Rica, initially linked to the presence of the US as a US protectorate in the canal area, and then once again with an elite that seeks the canal income. And in the case of the elements of singular policy, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, what makes them similar, and that we say, because this is not something that was elaborated on during the research, that the high power concentration of political power and the power of the national business sector during the first period contributed to the less dynamism and economic complexity later on. And we see there was scarce innovation, scarce investment, and why? Well, and that is the response to the lack of economic complexity in Guatemala. And this mortgaged the long-term development because they do not need much very skilled workers and no major investment. And so they mortgaged the future of the nation in the long term in these three countries. In Nicaragua, this case is particular. And what we mentioned, as I said earlier, if you realize, it's quite extraordinary that Nicaragua had 27 years of speedy growth first and then 24 years later, and in the middle, the years of crisis. And despite having more than 50 years of speedy growth, since the crisis, the prolonged crisis, was what most impacted the economy, and they never recovered. And as a result of that, Nicaragua ended the period as it started in the 50s as an economic complexity lower than of its neighbors and modest structural transformation. But it also has opportunities. The author, in a conversation that we have now in Guadalajara, said, well, what Nicaragua has is a major territorial extension that could serve as a renewed model for integration in ensuring the food security for the region. Because as we see, in many countries, agriculture was ignored. And in the particular case of Panama, for example, approximately 2% of its GDP. And so, which means that they're at high risk in terms of food sovereignty. And the condition, political, singular to Nicaragua, is a concentration of the power before and today, and an attempt to change these things during the period of Sandinista revolution that well later contracted. And to conclude the summary, first, try to have a future approach, seeking to learn from the past. And as Hugo said, our ancestors say, our capacity of seeing the future has to do with your capacity to looking back. The first thing that we did in this last part of the chapter was to see how we see this long period from the structuralist viewpoint. And what we were able to extract in summary was, on the one hand, the promotion of industrialization during the 50s was the golden period of the sub-region, when everyone enjoyed increased labor productivity and that they've been unable to recover, with the exception of Costa Rica that maintained it. This was the time when GDP grew most robustly, and also public investment. Planning was vital in order to have a public policy for industrialization led by the states and not by the market, nor the business elites. Although later on, of course, the business sector in the region did make the most of the structure left by the Central American common market, and that the substitution of imports allowed certain industries to set up, but it did not modify the relations between the dominant economic sectors. And on the other side, the Washington Consensus, what happened after the crisis of the 80s was that on the side of capital, assets were privatized, marginal income tax was removed, and also the unions were dismantled. VAT was set up, indirect taxation was the main way of governments to collect revenue. And this has all been affected by inflation. And the result is low wages and inequality that are attempt against the development of the domestic market.
We believe that this could be a future perspective, and there we would look at the role of integration with a renewed commitment. We could draw lessons, both positive and negative. The good ones tell us that this model allowed for more trade, more growth, investment, productivity, and the institutionality that is still there today. The greatest power integration in the world is CPAT, and that is still on today. And the sad news, though, that Guatemala wants to leave this scheme is not good, but we do hope that they reflect further on it because it's the most successful model in the world. And on the negative side is that they did not create an equal distribution amongst the members. And this is something that we have seen in our Central American integration. Honduras felt, for example, that they did not receive the advantages from integration. Guatemala did profit from industrialization as well as Costa Rica. Honduras and Nicaragua felt that the results from the common market was not as beneficial to them as to others. And that is why we believe that there are important aspects to be considered and that should be considered amongst these economic planning. Policies led by the state as well and a proactive role of the state. We do believe that the pandemic taught us this big lesson. And to conclude, I'd like to say that we should reflect on the master lines of this new development style, that the results are there for the picking, especially during this long crisis that is supposedly going to last longer. And it's going to be very harsh for Latin America as well as for Central America. We should reflect on a new style of development, and that should be based in more integration, deeper integration. We have to find out what were the pros and the cons in a progressive structural change, with priorities setting the a rule of law, concentrating on wages and what's happening with the capital that is causing these tremendous wave of migration, and also strengthening the role of public finances, more investment, building care societies, and new mitigation policies. And to conclude, I'd say that we should build a new relationship between the state, market, and society with a new pillar, which would be the environment. And for that, we need social and political facts. I think that we should draw your attention to this book. You should read it in detail to learn more about the background of these countries. Thank you very much, first of all, for this excellent presentation. This is a book that encourages us to know more about our own history. It is not well known to many, and it has set many of the paths chosen by some countries, and often we don't know the cause of what's happened. So this is a fantastic contribution. Thank you both for this work and for sharing it with us. Yes, Jamaica has requested the floor. You have the floor, Dr. Henry.
Much. Let me congratulate the authors, Hugo, Mario, and Ricardo in his absence, and those who contributed. I think it's a tremendous work. A lot of inferences can be made, a lot of lessons learned. The comparative analysis approach is extremely useful, as Hugo spent time to speak of background and context. I think that's important, recognizing the differences, the nuances in each country, as well as areas of similarity. I like the approach that speaks to economic complexity. I like how you've incorporated ownership structures. I like the political economy reality, the concept of economic scarring that not many people account for, I think is excellent. I think for us in the Caribbean, we could do extremely well with a study like this. If you chose maybe 3-4 countries, comparator countries in the Caribbean region. The issue of economic scarring, there's a model that suggests that some of the challenges of countries in the Caribbean, small island developing states that are deeply vulnerable to climate events, high levels of vulnerability. And sometimes economic managers are blamed, political leaders, for the accumulation of debt and other atrocities that contribute to some of the state of our countries, not recognizing that you could have tremendous damage to capital and infrastructure just from the frequency of climate events. And when you are trying to rebuild, another event comes. And so St. Vincent is an excellent example. In the context of COVID, you had earthquake, you had hurricane in the same context. So one event after another, not giving time to recover. The Bahamas, you think of. Jamaica has had its own number of episodes. So I think extremely useful. I have a few questions there. So those 2 questions, I don't want to take up the time. One, you mentioned the increase in labor productivity, the observation that you've seen in some contexts where it wasn't accompanied by a resultant increase in wages. Was consideration made from a total factor productivity standpoint that as labor productivity increased and contributed to overall economic growth and increased efficiency, from the efficiency gains, could emphasis have been placed as a result on capital accumulation, which would then suppress in terms of labor? 1. 2, in terms of those the measures of the marginal efficiency of investment, that again, because of potential breakdown, you've seen capital being destroyed, economic scarring, as you compare across countries to measure the return on investment, and where some economies would realize it's not worth, right, in terms of the marginal return there. 2, was consideration made, and economic complexity can incorporate informality, but it's really 2 different things. Was there some attention on the degrees of informality in these countries? So some countries in the Caribbean, for example, Jamaica and others, characterized by a relatively high degree, 40% in terms of informality, which itself contributes to some generally low outturns, while there is still economic activity going on, but below the radar. And I think I can probably stop there. You spoke, Maria, to going forward, looking at implications for migration in terms of those analysis. And I know the region, Latin America, Caribbean, is hard hit by high degrees of in terms of the outward flow of skilled and trained qualified labor. And what would that mean for us? And so when we think of economic resilience in a broad sense, you think of climate resilience, social, but if you think in a broad, total and comprehensive sense of resilience, what would that look like based on the wealth of findings you would have had from this analysis? So I think, so let me stop there, but just wanted to congratulate again the authors. Thank you very much.
Enrique. Queríamos tomar
We'll take another question, the last question, and we go on into the answers. Thank you. I really would like to thank you for this complete, interesting work on the productive economic structure of Central America from the 50 until 2018. As we just heard from the previous speaker, climate change is indeed affecting many Central American countries and other countries throughout the world. We have had to invest more on resources and infrastructure because of this climate events, and this has hit our economies, and even further with the fiscal constraint that we've had in Costa Rica and in other countries. Now, as to the Central American history, we have to go back into colonial times. As you well said, we must learn from the past. We have to conduct structural changes in many countries. In Costa Rica, for example, President Chavez in structure starting in May 18 was to have a positive Gini effect, but then the focus was not just the center of the country, but also in the periphery. There we have had increase in poverty, and now we see different meetings trying to gain more growth with quality jobs. And the model we have in the country of attracting FDI, quality FDI, that may have a multiplying effect throughout society. We've had a negative effect on the duty-free areas, and this has dwindled exports, and it has not had the desired effect. I've talked to the colleague from Paraguay on public investment. We need to focus that in order to create more infrastructure and capital building. Thank you very much for this excellent book. I will certainly read it carefully. A last reflection. Central America has so many opportunities. We have human resources and natural resources. We have the desire to do it, but we do need support. The intention of changing depends on us as a bloc. In Central America, we have a lot of trade relations and that's very helpful. We have to continue on that. And the dream for Central American integration may take some years yet to come, but we have made a lot of progress and we have to benefit from that. We have synergies with Panama, for example. And that synergy can incorporate other Central American states. We cannot just talk about growth. This should be a new opportunity to grow as a bloc and in the short term. Thank you.
Well, let me write my English way. Thank you for your comments. And
Gracias por sus comentarios.
powerful one. We have discussed it in Cuba in terms of the impact of the blockade. If the blockade was lifted or lifted today, the scarring and the permanent footprint on the Cuban economy will last probably 1 or 2 generations. And this is something that even if it were lifted today, so I think it's useful to try to have that in mind, that we all, in our economies, we never start fresh and as planners. Those footprints are very, very important. The issue of climate change and investment, I think, is something that we have to understand more. With every disaster, a lot of infrastructure gets destroyed, and then some of it gets rebuilt, and that is accounted as fresh new investment. But in fact, it's replacing all investments, all bridges, all roads that do not necessarily contribute to increased productivity. It might maintain some. So what we're seeing here is that the long-term trajectories of economic growth might be already much affected by previous disasters. So that's one of the hypotheses that we're managing here, that even though we're seeing high levels of investment, perhaps they're not even capable of replacing previous stock of capital. Now with, for example, in the case of Nicaragua, it's 9% average growth of, gross formation of capital. But now with the Niña, all of these hurricanes are hitting Nicaragua head on, one after the next one. And so the growth trajectory of our countries in terms of this climate change is something that we have to understand and address. And in terms of financial mechanisms, you just finally, it was after many years of fighting, it was approved the DALA fund in the last COP. ECLAC has been at the forefront of the damage and loss assessment methodology. The world uses ECLAC's method. And what we've been saying that carrying out the DALA, which basically evaluates permanent losses to capital and losses to income, or stock of capital and income. When we do this evaluation, we hand it to the government, and the government might get from Congress special decrees so they can spend more. But seldom they get any support from the international community. With this concept that has been legitimized now, the COP, we have a DALA fund. That realization that there's some core responsibility of those who admitted before us will allow us, so if governments put $1 in facing to address this issue of damages and losses, we should have a matching fund that in many ways allows us to recover the losses in infrastructure and facilities. So we are not compromising our long-term growth strategies because we're trying to catch up. And every year is more difficult. So I think it's a very, this idea of economic scaring, I think is a very powerful one, and we should embrace it. And we should also try to get our political attention to getting this DALA fund to finally work for the Caribbean countries, the small island developing states. Central America and the Caribbean share many of these ideas, and I think a political team that advances this idea so we can start, setting our investment patterns in a solid footprint again. So I just wanted to emphasize this comment. I agree with the whole issue that this problematic thing of the labor not catching up with the productivity levels, even though they have been very slow. There, in the case of many countries, Mexico among them, wages never accompany increases in productivity as we had anticipated. And that has to do with institutional factors. In Mexico, just some years ago, we just compared two basic measures, the minimum wage in terms of poverty lines, two official measures. It turns out that the relationship between the minimum wage and the poverty line of Mexico was the lowest in Latin America. It went lowest those of all the Central American countries, lower than Haiti. And they say, how can you have a country as rich as Mexico having workers who cannot afford the poverty line? And of course, it has to do with institutions. Labor unions have been co-opted, and the development model that is geared towards exporting to the US with very high productivity. The car industry in Mexico is more competitive and more productive than that in the US, and yet wages have not caught up because I think we need to have a clear focus on the importance for long-term stability of having a better distributional function of national income. Let me let it, I don't know if we want to answer in Spanish or English, but they're very provocative, and I wish you were part of the story what we do in the Caribbean.
Sí, muchas gracias. Solo brevemente voy a hacer referencia.
I will briefly refer to one point that you referred to, Minister Wayne. This issue of total productivity of factors, the efficiency of capital investment, and how these chains of relations between capital and labor. Because as Hugo was saying, what we realized is that a migrant worker in any of these countries earns, or a day after, or 1 day after arrival in the US, earns 14, 15 times more than what he earns in his or her country of origin. So when we think that one of the relations that we need to deepen in our research is if what happens in our countries is it that investment that is being made, that you mentioned, the accumulation of capital, isn't making the worker to put all of its potential, or and not because of that there is too much informality, because if it's not productive, if that worker wasn't productive, wouldn't be able to be productive or having 10 or 14 times more salary in the US. So we need to investigate that. That is one thing, how productive they are. And as to climate change, I don't think that there is a separation or a non-relationship between labor productivity and salary only linked to the destruction of capital because of climate change events, but rather also because there is a lack of innovation, lack of development of policies led by the state as to the risk that the private sector assumes in our countries, and that is reflected in the horizontal diversification and not in the complexity of the productive system. So the private sector chooses to invest in that, which is easier, where it's easy to earn, to have earnings without risking too much. Those are the relations that we need to go deep into so as to provide solutions in public policies. And that also has to do with what the delegate of Costa Rica said. And I agree that we need to go a step behind, knowing the history of our countries. One of the chapters where much is said about the history of the welfare state is in Costa Rica. Not so much in other chapters, but in Costa Rica, yes, you have that story or that history. There you have the origins of the building of the welfare state.
We have called the low-hanging fruits in the sector privado.
Low-hanging fruits. Usually private sector reaches out to the low-hanging fruits. And therefore, Mariana Mazzucato has spoken about this system or new relations between state, market, and society. Brief comments to the colleague of Costa Rica. Thank you. Yes, in fact, as to direct foreign investment, we are having a very serious work of foreign directed investment of quality. We've always considered quantity, but no, with Mexico, we are setting up and we have already the data with the data of the country, and Costa Rica has good data as well, to understand how can, as we have a strategy of attracting foreign directed investment of quality. Cuba has reflected a lot about that. But one of the things that we are talking about as to direct foreign investment is the huge Manian forward and backward linkages as one criterion for investment quality, or the quality of the investment, an investment that will promote the economic tissue or fabric, and there is change forward and backwards. For example, where Maquila, in Costa Rica, there were investments that had no linkages forward or backwards. So the idea is to move towards a strategy of direct foreign investment of quality. And I fully concur also with the issue of integration. we've moved forward in the analytical instruments of integration for the first time in Latin America. We have an input-output matrix for all of Latin America. That has been an enormous effort. And we set up already the input-output matrix sub-regionally. We have 2012, 16, and 2018. Case of Costa Rica, the Costa Rican exports to the rest of Central America generate more management jobs than exports of Costa Rica to Europe. So that's an important data. So those data constitute a basis for a new evaluation, and also we've been working with analytical instruments that will allow to renew, renovate, and promote integration that has been in a crisis. I would say political crisis, because in practice, business leaders continue working in the region. But in fact, I do believe that we need to leverage that in this stage of geopolitical strong blocks and build integration, Central American, Latin American, and Caribbean integration in a pragmatic way with new elements. Even, for example, energy security, food security. All these are valid issues so as to advance all countries in our integration. Thank you. Panama would like to have a short intervention. I've been set a quota. Well, first and foremost, I have a major task. First, to congratulate you for such a wonderful book. We have a great task, and in the hemisphere, we could have a workshop around that publication. One of the important things that is important, if there is a question that we always raise, are we reading correctly what is happening in our countries today? If there's something important, and I know this is a conversation among colleagues, yes, always. Why are we where we are? Why are we in where we are now? What would happen if we do nothing? Well, in fact, when we get in, and there we get into the foresight world. To the extent that we are clear on why we are where we are, it's going to be easier for us to introduce public policy measures, because the public policy emerges out of a good knowledge of those things that are affecting, impacting us, in order for us to move forward as we deserve to move forward. For example, when we speak about income, people that live, or renters, people that live only on rent, or because what we need to be clear when we speak of markets, because regardless, one of the best discoveries we have that has to do with the allocation of resources and prices, but the issue is that we need to be mindful of the fact that there are flaws in the market, because there are. If we are aware of the failures of the market and what is the origin, well, there you have public policy, because many or the renters have their income because of the policies that we have delivered. I can speak about measures that we have implemented in time and that we did not promote a true competition in our markets. I will not go or belabor on that or dwell on that. But what I wanted to say, I know time is almost up, but the fact, the fractioning and the lack of cooperation will take us nowhere. One of the things that concerns me is how the world is being fragmented. Let us not fragment it ourselves. No, I think that fragmentation, this is like a tongue twister, but fragmentation, what it does is that all the countries together be less efficient. And if we are less efficient, we are less productive. And if we are less productive, we can be saying there's less availability of goods and services at higher prices.
So we need to pay attention to that lack of cooperation, that we could be not paying sufficient attention to, because that will not lead to what we are seeking, which is much more development and growth for our countries. And a final point, workforce. Or labor force. Well, one of the important aspects in that sense is education. In my country, we have to improve education at all levels. If we want to increase productivity of our labor force, it is very important for us not to forget about the quality of education in all levels. And that, of course, implies everything that is related to physical infrastructure, and also the level of training of our teachers. In my country, we are discussing how we can have public policies that imply that the teachers that go out and work as teachers have the adequate capacities. And in the meantime, how we're going to strengthen then the capacities of our of the teachers that we have today. And likewise, when it comes to many of the unemployed workers, why does that occur? What is informality? In Panama, informality is defined simply as somebody who does not pay Social Security. And there we find lawyers and even economists that work as private advisors. And but I want to know who the informal workers are and what is generating informality. Because yes, we talk about that, but who are they? Because right now, what has happened with the pandemic? The pandemic created and deepened entrepreneurism, and that's impressive. Many women that have emerged as a result of the pandemic. So many of these entrepreneurs work at an informal level, and so the message is: let us not. Let us continue to cooperate among ourselves, and let us remember that fragmentation, what it does is that it distances us from greater levels of well-being of our populations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas y a todos.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for remaining here. We are now ready for the cocktail on the 4th floor where we had lunch. So we will wait for you all there right now. Thank you.